Well then, let us proceed. There is a universal justice.
We protect the Isles. Aspects watch over you.
What up, Dick? Do we press rejuve now? Well, let's see. These were some keys from this week. Did I finish any of these keys? I don't think I actually did finish any of these keys. God damn. This is dude, I actually queued a bunch Wednesday and Thursday morning, like for probably a combined, I don't know, 7-8 hours. We managed to complete 2 keys. Let's see. Are any of these an especially good indication of a boss that requires healing? Galakron's probably not, but actually no, Blight of Galakron, that'd be a big pull. Let's see what we did on this pull. Rejuve did 6% of our healing. I would say Rejuve still occupies the same spot in my, like, flowchart. Which is, I'm only going to cast it if I already have 2 life plumes out, probably regrowth on most members of the group, F flows down, adaptive swarms on CD, Cenarian wards on CD. I've used as many Grove Guardians as I'm comfortable using. Feel like I'm forgetting one thing, maybe not. Swiftmen's on cooldown. If all of those things are true, then I'll probably press Rejuve if I still feel like I need more healing. But, it is a, it's not a high priority spell. I mean, 12% buff is nice, but not, you know. There's spells that get buffed by, like, fuck it. What was the Living Flame buff? It went from, like, 480% spell power to, like, 800% spell power or something. There's, it's definitely a raid-oriented buff. I actually haven't really checked to see how Druid is in raid after that. I would expect that that was a... That plus the 6% nerf to Mistweaver, I feel like Druid probably climbed a bit this week. Well, my monitor's supposed to get here on Tuesday. So we just got to make it through today and tomorrow. And it will be Today, tomorrow, and Tuesday are probably going to be relatively slow days because this week sucks and we're not raiding. Not raiding next week either, but not a whole lot to do to occupy my time. But on Wednesday, we get the new affixes, which will be really good push affixes. It'll be Fort, Bursting, Storming. So we will be we've agreed as a group, the guys I've been playing with, that we will play together next week, and that's going to be like our push team. So this will be, I think, like the first time I've had a formalized push group. We actually have like our own group on Discord. This, I think, will be the first time I've had a formalized push group in a while. And I played with these guys on a tyrannical week, like a month ago or something. And we managed to get most of my tyrannical keys up to the point where I probably am not pugging much higher than that. You know, like I'm not pugging a 32 BRH, I'm not pugging a 32 Atoll, not pugging a 31 Fall, not pugging a 31 Waycrest. On tyrannical. But we've never done a push week on Fort together. So I am hoping next week we can get, you know, like a 32 BRH, a 32 Atoll, maybe like a 31 Waycrest, maybe a 31 Rise, at least a 29 Throne, maybe not a 30, but at least a 29, maybe a 30 Everbloom. I think we could get a fair amount of score next week. I'm hoping. I would definitely be disappointed if we don't end next week above 3,900. And hopefully it's not like 3,903 or something. I think there's for sure some very doable keys. And like I said, I don't have raid next week, which is sort of a blessing in disguise. Our guild announced last week that we were going on a 2-week break, kind of let people recharge after Prague. And it just so happens to line up with this push week, so I will have nothing stopping me from just doing keys all day long. And I have not really played with a group that's played all day. I don't remember the last time I played with a group that played for like an 8-hour session. Especially like multiple days in a row. Basically every group I've been in for the last like 2 years has played from maybe 7 or 8 in the morning my time till like 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and then it's always like, all right, well, that's, you know, I'm gonna go do something else. Bye. It's been a long time since I was in a group where we actually got on it, you know, like 8 in the morning and then played till 5 or 6 in the evening. And maybe we won't do that, I don't know, or at least not every day, but hopefully there's at least a few days. Ultimately, the greatest marker of success, or indicator of success, I guess, predictor of success, by a group is how much you play together on a push week. I mean, definitely. I mean, there's some other things. You know, obviously you can't all suck. You have to be playing meta specs to some. If you want to push like really high keys. You know, there's some like checklist stuff you gotta do. You gotta make sure you're playing meta. You gotta make sure none of you suck. That you've got good communication and stuff. But assuming you've kind of checked off those things, then the number one thing I'm looking for in a group that's going to be pushing high is like, do you play the fucking game a lot together? Because it's really hard to push really high keys unless you get really comfortable in those keys, and the only way you're going to do that is by doing the same key over and over and over again during the week. We are very unlikely to walk in and like one bang a 32 BRH, one bang a 32 Atoll, that kind of shit. Most likely you're going to go in on the week, you're going to get some early shots at dungeons like that, and you're going to fuck them up, but you're going to learn as a group. You will fail it, but you'll fail it together, and you'll know what it was that caused you to fail. Be like, yeah, okay, that doing the big pull after second boss in BRH, that thing's wild. We got to make sure that we have a lot of stops, or we hold bloodlust for that, or whatever the fuck it is. And then you go back in the next time, armed with that information, you do it again. And you probably fail it again. But each time, you figure out where the pain points are in that dungeon, and you start developing plans for that. And so then by the 5th, 6th, 7th time you go into these dungeons during a week, then everybody's on the same page. Everybody knows exactly what they're doing. You've been there. You're not trying to guess when you play through the dungeon. You just know. And the only way to get that level of experience together and that familiarity in the dungeon is just to play a shitload of keys together. Like, you have to farm those keys together. You have to sit in the dungeons together and just keep playing, doing the dungeons over and over and over again. And then hopefully by like the end of the week, you guys are all on the same page in every dungeon and you can start knocking them out. Is this live? Yes. Yeah. What's my highest key of all time? It's got to have been a junkyard key. Whatever the fuck we got junkyard to that season. 36 or something. Stupid as hell. Is VI on the team? No, it'll be... it'll be... Well, not even this team, because that's not with Zev. It'll be Paul, Vidon, Freak on Mage, and then Zev on Evoker. What up, Easy? All right, we're doing an atoll. Me. Fuck yeah, dude. Ghost Crawler responded to somebody that responded to me. Yeah. Dude, I gotta get in on the ground floor of that shit. Even if I'm not like super enamored with that game. Even if, that it's definitely possible that you could make a good MMO that I just don't fuck with. There's a lot of ways you could go with an MMO, and there's certainly plenty of them that would not especially appeal to me. Like, I think Classic WoW is a good game, but not for me. So there's definitely a lot of ways that MMO could go where I'd be like, yeah, it definitely seems like a very well-made game. You clearly put a lot of love into it. And I don't want to play it. But hopefully I do. And either way, I want to be involved because Ghostcrawler and his team have said they want to leave that, like they want to make that design process very open and transparent. They have, which would be refreshing. They've said they want to make this game in the open, basically. They don't want to hide it. They don't want to work on it and hold back what they're doing. They want to do this shit in front of us and solicit feedback and incorporate that feedback. And we'll see how well they can execute on that. So it's probably easy to say that. But if there's anybody that I am confident can do that, it would be Ghostcrawler with his own studio. If Ghostcrawler was saying all this shit and he was still working for Riot, it'd be like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but does your boss agree with that? But now that Greg's run his own shit, You know, if he says he wants to make his game in the open, he can make his game in the open. And so I want to be around for that whole process. I want to, as soon as there's an opportunity for any kind of public testing, I want to be in there as fast as I can. I want to have my hands on it. If they, you know, if they're going to let the community affect the development of that game, I want to be in there affecting it. I want to be in there pushing for the shit I want to see in an MMO. So we're keeping close tabs on that, and we gotta catch the attention of some of these devs on Twitter. I gotta get in there and make them notice me, so they'll be like, "Who the fuck is this guy that responds to all of our tweets? You guys know this dude?" It's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it anyway. Until this remix came out, I actually didn't know this was Whitney Houston. I don't know who I thought it was. Very familiar with the song. And if you'd asked me, do I know who sings this, I probably would have said yes, and then you've been like, who? And I'd be like, oh, well, it's What up, Gogor? Oh yeah. Anyway, sorry, Nash, you asked about the screen. It's the MSI 321URX. This the OLED 4K 240 hertz, the new panels. Dude, Shauna has told me that I should start doing like tech review, YouTube content, basically. He's like, you know, because I was talking about the monitor, and I was like, man, I really wish that I just had like more opportunities to see new tech. Like that's the thing I with something like OLED, I wish that I just had the opportunity to compare it to more things. Because you read, like, I'll read comments. There's like an OLED gaming subreddit. I'll read comments about the same monitor where some people are like, this is the goddamn best monitor I've ever seen. Like, I got mine last week. I hooked it up. It's so beautiful. The colors are so bright. The blacks are so inky. And, like, I don't understand how anybody couldn't think this is perfection. And then you'll get somebody else looking at the same monitor to be like, this is okay. I mean, if you look at my old, you look at my older OLED, the other OLED smokes it. And it's hard to believe that these two people are talking about the same monitor. And I suspect it's just if you've never had an OLED before, then an OLED of any caliber is probably like, oh man, this thing's sick. And if you've had an OLED in the past, like a more expensive OLED, then these new monitors may not be the best implementation of OLED that has existed. And so people that are familiar with OLED may be like, yeah, I mean, it's OLED, it's nice, but like nothing crazy on the scale of OLED. But that's the kind of thing where you just have to take somebody else's word for it. And I don't like that. I want to be able to see it in person before I buy it and make that determination on my own. And this is one of the problems with any computer, or not even computer, but really any any product that is designed for sensory stuff, it's impossible to really know what you're buying until you've sensed it yourself. And this goes for like music stuff, like IEMs or speakers, something like that. Somebody can describe all these things to you. They may be able to show you graphs, things like that, but until you've heard it yourself, there's no way to know whether you're going to like it or not. The same goes with taste. If you're buying food at a restaurant, you can read about it. They can describe it. But until you taste it, you don't know. And the same goes with monitors. Where until I see the monitor, I don't know. You can describe the monitor to me, and you can even show me video of the monitor, but the problem is I'm looking at the monitor from my current monitor. I am seeing the monitor, but through my monitor with its limitations. And so even if there's something incredible that you're showing me on the video, it is limited by the capabilities of my current monitor. And I would love to be in a position where I just got all this technology to had hands-on experience with it so that I could make informed decisions based on experience. But the only way to do that is to be a tech reviewer and just be like, yo, send me free samples all the time. And so anyway, I was talking to Shauna about this. She's like, well, you should do it. You should start doing YouTube content with tech review. And I was like, Shauna, who the fuck wants to listen to me talk about tech stuff? All right. Are we in a Discord? Let us check.
Sure, okay. And then
Yep.
I had to solo last boss. So it was kind of like,
Yeah,
okay.
I was wondering why is it taking so long? Like I was telling the boys, are you doing 33 rise or something?
No. We did 30 and we went 40 PS at the start. Jada's B favorites comp, wait. And then Shadow Priest died on CDs on first boss. And then I actually don't remember what else happened. Just took a while. After that, kind of. Sanguine a little bit, and then I had to solo last boss. So.
Let's go. First pull Chevy,
Well,
pull 9 ads.
Shauna works in marketing.
And
She sets up some campaigns for stuff like this, and so she's like, we're always looking for people like gamers that actually know what the fuck they're talking about with tech.
True. I mean, if you
And I
wanna
was
pull
like,
Colossus-
that's fair.
If you want to pull
But I
Colossus,
need to have an
that's
audience
really
first,
good
and I don't know how
because
you
it goes through, we are
gain
going
an
out.
audience for that without just luck.
I mean, we just do it.
Like if I start making YouTube videos where I just talk about radio,
I
like a
mean,
fucking monitor, like
personally,
who's
I
gonna
would
who's
really
gonna
like
watch
to pull
that?
the Colossus because then it's gonna be a lot better for my damage, hitting a 40 million HP target. But yeah,
Yeah.
Unlucky Madden because of pussy. It's fine.
so I try to kill the far augur fast. You guys focus on the close augur.
Yep.
So just kill the augurs fast, and if the shield kick goes through, it's gonna be fine. And after that, on second pull, I'm gonna be solo kicking the confessor important kick, shield kick.
Is there any value in informing
Because
gamers that don't know about PC tech as a way to
I just
explain why certain stuff is worth buying? I mean, there is, but I feel like that exists. There's a bunch of people that are already making content like that, and why would you come to me instead of one of these other people that have sort of established that audience already?
You have a point.
Unless I was able to make it specifically about WoW or something, like this GPU is especially good for WoW. This CPU is especially good for
We don't
WoW.
have mass roots from JV, so
I have mass root.
Oh, my own mistake is fuck then. So you're gonna solo the ads on Priestess?
Yep.
Okay. We go.
If you need me to grip them, let me know.
No, I should.
Yeah, also got ring of frost just for safety.
So I actually wonder when I thought about it here, how come it's never been 4 DPS before now? Is it because we have more defensive, or is it because people are getting better and better?
It's because of fucking DH.
Yeah, DH
Oh,
is
yeah,
being
true, I
able
guess.
to live perma, having so much
Yeah.
CC. And I mean, there's just a lot of off-healing from SP, Yogg, Bunken.
Yeah.
I mean, there was
true, so I
more.
guess-
There was more off healing relatively, season 1, from these, from like Shadow Priest and Boomkin and
Yeah, that was
Shaman.
busted.
But
And I
you didn't
Bro,
lock
it's
down
fine,
the
it's fine,
pack
it
for
was broken.
like you can like literally keep these packs from doing anything for the first 20 seconds of a pull right now.
Yep. And that's with a DH alone.
Yeah, like, that's just like just the DH.
It is kind of broken. I wonder if they're gonna nerf it for new season. I mean, they have to, no? I guess.
No, it's totally fine like this. Just...
Double sigils and stuff.
Maybe I have raid in 14 minutes.
Okay, sounds like a you problem.
Sounds like do a full timer please problem.
What set is DH tank even getting next season?
5, 4,
What?
Yes.
DH
What?
set, you mean?
1.
Yeah.
This one we
Ah.
have now.
I mean, I guess understandable, it's kinda strong.
It is really strong.
We're just gonna wait a bit on the stairs for the Confessor patrol to move to a good place.
Who the fuck keeps removing my Mark of the Wild?
Who gets that you said back? That might actually be interesting. Who is baiting here, or do we just go?
I mirror image the first one.
Oh, okay.
I'll step out after mirrors.
Right, whip. Silence. After this, I cast Nova
CC.
into silence. I will fear after this. After fear, it's evoke a knockup. I think everything's dead.
Nothing.
I did. There we go.
All right, I'm
We
gonna
can
go
stop
bait.
next charge, maybe. Okay, you
Sure.
just beat baiting.
Mirror image.
You have to move though. There we go. Oh, maybe I should spam Spirit Bomb. Now that I have it.
Everything just did super fast, man. What the fuck?
I will kick first on the skull.
I do important Confessor, no mirror image for this one, you have to be JB.
Yep.
Paladin do next on skull. I silence.
CC.
I do next on skull. And red paladin on skull. I chaos no way into greavy.
CC.
I can't kick. I have to kick the...
Oh, okay. I silence.
I actually
what?
bubble here, I think.
I will kick next. If it's not dead. No, I didn't move. Oh, it's fine.
Try to hit the Juggernauts, the higher HP than the Colossus.
I kick first on skull.
Do we have images back?
Yeah, yeah.
Paladin next on skull.
Targeted. CC.
Greavy next on skull. And silent sigil. I will kick next on skull. Paladin next on skull.
CC.
I'm gonna push this off.
I'm gonna stop the next Juggernaut. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Targeted.
Oh, I'm gonna drag them into Sanguine if I just jump away here. If this breaks, no panic. I will kick first. If it breaks. I will kick first on this one. Paladin kick. Greedy kick. And I will kick. Target kick. And red pala. I'm gonna go get this one. I will kick. Bad greedy. Red paladin kick.
Don't ask, I don't know.
Target kick. And we have to move. I can't stop those, so grip them. Greedy kick when you can.
We go, boss.
Can do.
You came for the gold.
I do ads.
Behind your bow.
Careful with the Sanguine.
I'll push.
Add.
Taldazar's power flows through me.
Just stop this transfusion.
Enter.
Corruption be purified.
Add.
Taldazar's power flows through me.
I take that one.
I can't stop this
Enter.
priestess. It's on Pala.
Corruption be purified.
I will grip the priestess away whenever it's about to die.
Add.
Taldazar's power flows through me.
Enter.
Corruption be purified.
Wait, did it heal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
Took
the first
me
few
one
tips.
tick.
Oh.
Yeah, I ran towards the sanguine, not the blood at first.
Oh, I kicked skull. Paladin kicked the other one. And then I will silence Sigil after.
I kick the Screamer.
Oh shit, I died.
Greedy kick instead.
Oh, I'm fucking dog shit.
I silence.
I have aggro, I have aggro, I have aggro. Thank you for lay.
I will kick skull. Like, they are really slow. There we go. And we can just move. Kaka, you have the new one here? I will bait these on me first. I will pick Skull.
You got the other.
Yep. And let's go down to boss. Can you remove second one here, Greavy? Bleed.
Sure.
Holding.
Good review, be alone is training.
Yeah.
Loss.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, I'm trolling. Huh?
I can meld first.
Fixate.
I'm just gonna grip these over here.
Loss.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
I can mold.
Loss.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait. Fixate.
Is the kid this exciting?
Come again?
Is the kid this exciting? You're yawning.
Yup.
Yeah.
Loss.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
Agree, are you happy to do Uldaman again all over next season?
Oh hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Let's
I
go!
feel I'm more excited for Halls of Infusion, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, the 6-minute boss fight coming again.
Yes. The ads plugging into the floor run as well. Oh my.
Yep. And the calls to stop the fucking... What are they called? The ice things and the frogs chasing you and bucking out and...
Bait.
So fun. Oh, and the beams on first area.
The orbs, our favorite.
Yeah.
When you get RNG one tapped and bullied by the mob. Can't wait.
See, this is why the spell on second is good. Now I get the spell before. Okay, boss is dead, but...
What? Yo.
Yo.
He died and then he eated me.
It's good issue.
I guess so.
I
I do the
skull.
first scream. Okay, I do second one. Then.
We just killed it, right?
But I hate 3 DPS.
Wait, Greavy is fucking their station.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
just
did not
noticed?
know. Yeah.
Welcome to the team.
I just noticed. I was like, okay.
Then notice the blue beam all the time.
Actually, no.
Okay.
I do skull.
Okay.
Paladin do the other one.
I understand. It's fine.
And I silence.
CC.
I cast Nova. Next is Druid Raw.
I
Wait,
do not
where
have
is
roar.
Druid
I do not have roar.
Okay. I
I also
silence.
don't have BB.
I also got blind spect if you want it.
Yeah, blind and light next shield. Sounds good. Kicks again. I'm gonna fear. I grip. Greavy knock up.
CC.
It doesn't do
blinding
anything.
light.
to it.
Mace and kicks.
CC.
Greavy mage. No.
Oh,
I
okay.
silence.
Mage noob. Unlucky.
His own fault. I will kick skull. Red paladin kick skull.
CC.
I have nothing. I can actually cast Nova. Whenever Sanguine is not there.
CC.
There we go.
I died in my deal.
You could just have kicked. Haha.
Yeah, but that wasn't my target. I had focus from the other one.
Oh.
That was the problem.
Yeah, I didn't actually say which one you guys want. My bad. My bad. I need to wait 3 seconds.
I do the far one.
Okay.
Alright.
I go to the
Alright.
right side from entrance.
Sure.
Interrupt.
I do the one with Greavy. Are you ready to kick? Okay, I will kick.
Interrupt.
We need to slow down Greavy. Yeah, a lot.
Alright.
Hold on.
So I was dying Greavy. Do you have a lot of dots?
No, I don't
Oh.
have dots on that.
Be ready to kick. Greavy. Oh, mage.
Interrupt.
Alright, we can kill now, I guess. Kill, 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 kill.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Bum 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 bum. Mate's getting beaten by Dev and Red. Kaga.
Interrupt.
Skill issue.
Yep.
Still mad about losing his second lost.
I mean, it's not about that.
Oops.
Mostly it's about playing 3 DPS and everything just dying in 2 seconds.
Elaborate excuse.
Interrupt.
No, I said it's a skill issue.
Jdot could have gone 40 piss.
It's true. This could have been even worse.
Yeah.
I can stand in more puddles if you want.
I think they one-shot you, you know?
Yeah.
Well, almost, yeah.
Interrupt.
I tried that.
I'm dying. Oh. Thank you.
I think it's done on 29. What is this?
Yeah, I channeled Feldev in a puddle. That hurt.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It definitely was.
Interrupt.
actually kind of
Interact.
excited to do Academy again though in this season. Excited
Yeah,
and excited,
same.
maybe a big word, but gonna be fun, I think.
For the first 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I hope they do something else with the season, not gonna lie. Bring back, I don't know,
Interrupt.
seasonal or something.
At least the Evoker is useful in Academy, so I'm happy.
Wait, why are you useful?
Did this spell on like first and second boss.
Oh yeah, on the third boss. Oh shit.
Plus on the 3 boss I can dispel the bleed so I don't need to soak.
That's also pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, you can also dispel the bleed from the swords. That's fucking slaps on
Yeah.
Dragonflight. Okay. Well, let's see if
Insane.
you're meta,
We
I
are
guess.
missing percentages. I'm pulling
Oh,
this
right.
Screamer,
It's the
and then,
Screamer. Grievous fault.
Just careful with the single. And the kick off.
Just kick it once.
Do you use rejuve now after the patch? Not any more often than I used it before.
We might need to kick him and come up. Pulling.
Yeah.
Death.
I will always grip that when they spawn. That's a big
No,
greedy. Watch the spiders on the boss, under the boss.
Oh, fuck. I'm
Amazing.
trying.
Gonna go over here, I think.
They have no other here. So watch out.
I should not have gripped that. Okay, no grip for these ads.
Death.
No grip.
Targeted.
There we go. 8 spiders. And go corner, I guess.
Death.
Watch this. Oh, this is actually bad for you guys.
It's fine.
I grip. And we go out after beta. There we go.
Targeted.
Last ad coming. And Soul Run.
Death.
That's my.
Thank you.
Might need to bark on next Soren.
Okay.
Moving, just go corner probably.
Death.
Last player.
But did
Thanks,
darkness
Walker.
just take everything?
Oh, yep.
or-
Oh, yep. That was a big darkness.
Easy?
Oh, sorry, Sherry.
Actually insane. Darkness, what the fuck?
Oh, holy shit.
We can next ads, row. You need to full focus on the next ads, okay? Just full
I hold
go
my
ham
wings
on-
here then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, just kill us because they have enough time.
We have plenty of time. Go in there.
Death.
I need something in this one. I need something.
I have nothing.
Okay, I don't die.
Spade spiders, and then we can move. There we go. Spade spiders again.
Targeted.
I don't have anything for the next turn. Just a shield.
You can just go in here.
Death.
I will grip them. Watch spiders on the boss. One at the left. There we go.
I got it.
Next turn is barrier and we kill.
Death.
Agree with that this sounded like an skill issue.
Yeah. I literally died full CDs BL on the bull due to volcanic. I wanna kill myself.
My back, my back, my back.
I did not expect to die to volcanic, I'm gonna lie.
Okay, you guys stay in group, I go collect gold.
Oh, my back.
Well, GG's.
GG's.
Jeez.
GG's.
Is that like a world first devastation key?
Ah,
No. I've done it with Doki on 30, so. Yeah.
yeah,
Bro,
same-
this
same
3
ma-
DPS was about to make me cry. Like, what the fuck is this doing? I don't know, like, ads just dying too fucking fast, man.
did it on 30 as well already.
Maybe next time you play Frost?
Uh,
Oh, no, wait, no, on Sanguine? Nah.
yeah.
What do you mean? It's surely it's fun. It's fun. It's fine.
Yeah,
Surely.
yeah, fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna frozen orb, and then the tank is gonna be moving out of my frozen orb and blizzard, and I will also be slowing the ads in sanguine. Very nice.
Wait, why should I move out?
Yeah, but
here?
they'll live longer. Do more DPS.
You have to move out because of the sanguine. You're already
but-
moving out of my meteor.
But are you gonna send Frozen Orb when they're like 5%?
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't
All right, have a good one. Bye bye.
Hey,
Yeah,
GG's.
thank you for coming, man.
GG's.
GG's.
Boom.
Ever bloom.
Yeah,
Rip.
bloom.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Sanguine ever bloom. Good luck. Have fun.
It's not that bad, I think, maybe? Maybe. Actually, don't know. Wait, where did our gold go? Hello?
I told you, stay in the group. I'm scamming you, bro.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I mean, as per usual.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Uh,
Wait, why did I get a spark? Wait. I need a key so I can open my vault. Would be
Bro was
nice.
good. Yep.
Thirsty Wake rest.
Doable. Quite easy, actually. Even on Sanguine.
With Spire, second boss, I don't know.
Fine. Greedy goes dev again and everything dies.
I need to go to Ruby.
Yeah. Should we come?
I don't need to go to Ruby.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, that's why I said come.
Oh,
Yeah.
hook. Wait, I thought 29 is actually sold for more now, so I guess not.
Yeah, but the problem is that cuts are getting lower because people are undercutting. That's one reason, and also the cut was just lower than usual, but there's nothing else to do so.
Yeah, it's fine for me. I'm not complaining.
Took a discount for playing Devastation.
Hey, yo, what?
Yeah. Yeah, and dying 2 times on last boss,
Oh,
more
yeah.
than the one we boosted. Hmm.
I didn't see fucking volcanic.
Wait, you died volcanic into
Yep.
Spider?
Dude, I
or
died-
No,
Poison?
no, just volcanic.
We died a couple times at the start of this week on last boss fall, doing the same thing. We stacked in fucking Chromie Orb. And then right as the Extinction Blast came out, explosive went off, boom.
No shot.
Or the volcanic went off, and then boom.
That's actually kind of hilarious and really sad at the
Yeah.
same time.
I mean, look at my death recap. Soul Rend into volcanic plume, 30k overkill.
Then second time you just died to Soul Link.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Had the Wrecking Pain dot. If you see 174.
Oh. Oh shit, okay. Makes sense then.
He went to 1%?
Yeah.
Yeah, you actually have 1% for a while. 1 heal.
One heal.
I mean, I had Potter dates my butt.
Nah, 1 heal.
What?
Is there
Wait,
anything more?
not for now. No,
Damn.
I have 2 full raids.
Alright.
All right,
Enjoy.
well, GG's. Thank you for the invite.
GG's,
thanks
thanks for the
coming,
invite.
guys.
Thanks for the talk.
All right. Demacia, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. All right, yeah, the cut on that one was a little bit lower than I would normally expect for a 29, but I just need weeklies at this point. We have only we've only completed 3 keys this week. So, it's Sunday, and I was like, yeah, all right, fuck it. I need to get some keys done, so I guess if I get paid at the same time, that's a win-win. All right. Are there any keys? Waycrest Manor Druid. That's actually a decent comp for it, but I don't know. I kind of don't feel like doing Waycrest Manor right now.
Am I dreaming? Now, back to my garden.
Alright. Ba, 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 ba. Bro, what is this shit that's going on with Princess Kate? I have like no. I've not been following along with this shit at all, but it keeps popping up on like trending shit, like Reddit and Twitter, and what the fuck is happening? Why is what's going on? I don't even know. Thoughts on the Prot Warrior question? Oh, let's see. Why not even one Prot Warrior tank and 25 plus keys? I mean, they're definitely not in a great spot at the moment. They're certainly capable of doing 25 plus keys. Like, every spec in the game is capable of doing up to, like, 30s in some of these dungeons. But, part of the problem is that Prot Warrior offers very little group CC in a season where you have come to expect your tank to do a lot of group CC. That's one of the things about a meta that I'm not sure enough people appreciate is very often in a meta, well, like when a meta starts to form, the spec that you are bringing is very often brought, or I should say, each spec in a meta assumes other specs in the meta. And if you have if Vengeance Demon Hunter is extremely meta and everybody expects that, then you start building the other classes that you bring around that. So like the fact that your group may not have a lot of kicks or whatever is not necessarily important because Vengeance Demon Hunter can just spam CC. And so it's like, yeah, it's whatever. You know, this would be a problem if we brought a different tank, but we don't bring a different tank, so that's fine. Then you try to bring a Prot Warrior and you don't have all that CC, and you go to do these pulls that you're used to doing with a Vengeance Demon Hunter, and now nobody has any stops, and all these casts go off, and you die, and you're like, man, what the fuck? And then you're like, oh, well, I guess we didn't have Vengeance. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you should be able to play around that, right? And it's like, yeah, we could, but like, why would we? You know? Yeah, we could all redo our talents or bring different classes to account for a lack of stops on the tank, blah, blah, blah. But like, why the fuck would I do that? Why would I go through all that effort of doing that when I could just invite a Vengeance Demon Hunter and ignore that? And so you get a meta that starts to form where like every spec that you're bringing is there for a reason, and then every other spec that you bring is assuming the rest of the meta specs are present. And when you start replacing those with different specs, then the group makeup changes. Like the things you're relying on your other group members having, those things change, those assumptions change. And if there was a good reason to go through all those, to like figure out a new plan of attack, you might do it. But if you're just doing like one key, if you're just plugging, and it's like, okay, well, there's like 17 Vengeance Demon Hunters signed up right now, and there's like 2 Prot Warriors. Why the fuck would I take the Prot Warrior? I'd have to go through all this pain in the ass reconfiguration of the group for one key? Like, nah, I don't think so. The Kate thing is that people think she's still out of sight. It's just old photos that are being edited to look new. And a rumor that Will's having an affair. Oh, that's juicy. Let's go. Haven't had some good British royal family intrigue in a while. That's kind of a chip off the old block, eh? because you have to get Paladin instead of Prot Warrior? Well, I think if you ever hope to play a very off-meta spec, I mean, there's specs that are off-meta, and then there's specs that are off-meta. And Prot Warrior is about as off-meta as you're going to get right now. I think the only hope you ever have of playing something like that in a group is to have a group that is all friends, basically. And you just all accept that you're going to play whatever the fuck you're going to play. And then you know when you go into that, yeah, we're going to have to create some, like, tailored strats for this group. We're going to play some weird shit. We're not going to be able to watch other people's streams and just yoink the pulls that they do, because they're going to be playing some very different shit. So we have to do, like, our own game now. We have to all commit to that. Like, yep, we're all going to play whatever the hell we want. And there will be some, like, anytime you play off-meta stuff, there's going to be some stuff that the off-meta specs do better than the meta specs. And you have to lean into that. Be like, all right, look, we don't have all the stops from Vengeance Demon Hunter, but we do have fill in the blank from this comp. And you remake your routes and stuff with those strengths in mind. But often the case is that there's a reason the meta spec was meta. You're going to have to make some sacrifices. You're going to go slower. Things are going to be more dangerous. Your group may not have the same survivability or the same burst damage or the same utility. And you'll struggle more in keys. Pug 95% of your keys, sadly? Yeah, well, that's kind of that's the trade-off. If you're going to pug, you will always be at the mercy of the meta. Those two things will always be linked. If you want to get out of the rat race of the meta, you have to, like, make friends. Basically, you have to find people that are willing to look at more than just what spec you play. And if you're pugging, nobody ever will. When you're pugging, every group that sees you sees very limited information about you. What your eye level is, what your IO is, what your spec is. And when you sign up for a key, there's going to be plenty of other people that have the same IO, same eye level, or better than you. So those things are at best probably a wash for you. There's especially like this patch or this expansion in particular, eye level is like the least separating thing. Like everybody that plays their character gets up to like 485, at least 486. So it mostly boils down to what your IO is and what your spec is. And there will be other people that sign up for a key that you want to do at the same IO. So then it's just, do we bring a Vengeance Demon Hunter with that IO, or do we bring a Prot Warrior with that IO? They don't know you. There's no reason for them to assume that you're like a better player than the Vengeance Demon Hunter. They have no idea. So you compare Prot Warrior to Vengeance, and it's like, why would I ever bring the Prot Warrior in this case? The only reason to ever bring the Prot Warrior in that case is because you like the Prot Warrior. You like the person playing that spec. You want to do keys with that person, not with that character. And that's where you get the groups that, you know, you have guys that play together all the time, and they know that they're all one tricks. Their group comp's always a bit odd, but they just like playing with each other, and they know that everyone else in the group will overlook the spec that they're playing, and you just go do keys for fun. But if you want to push, you will be at the mercy of the meta. Besides Vengeance, what would I recommend? I mean, I think the only other tank that's like in the running is Pally. Squish has been making Guardian Druid work with a very particular comp. They've been running Guardian, Mistweaver, Double Outlaw, and Arms Warrior, Fury Warrior. I don't know that it matters which flavor of warrior they play with there, but double rogue, DPS warrior with Guardian Druid Mistweaver. But otherwise, I think the only tank you see in high keys really is Prop Pally. How are the keys going for me today? I've only done one. It was a tall sale. We're just at this point trying to get done with some weeklies. Basically, we not a lot going on this week. We're kind of waiting until next week. Next week will be a banger push week. We will be able to farm some IO, but for the next few days, kind of poo poo. Oh, by the way, I saw this thing. Okay, you guys give me your opinion on this. I saw all this occurred after my last stream. I hadn't had a chance to go live since then because we went on our little family vacation on Friday. So Thursday night was when they were supposed to do that dev update, and I tried to wait around on stream for them to do the update, but they took forever to do it. So I eventually ended up saying fuck this and going offline. And then they did the announcement that 10.2.6 is coming out March 19th or whenever the fuck. Yeah, March. So this week. And they had a picture that went along with that. And that picture was... Where is it? All right, so this is the picture that they put in with this tweet. Now, when I saw this the first night, it was like, okay, well, this is the pirate shit they've been going on about. Whatever, blah, 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 like the flag that they keep posting. So I saw this, and my first reaction was like kind of disappointment because I was like, wait, you guys are doing a dev update, and this is the dev update. You're telling me that March 19th is when, like, this is the extent of the dev update? Like, banger update, guys. Thank you. I didn't think much of it Thursday night, but then we get in the car to go on our trip Friday, and so I'm kind of bored, and so we're just looking through stuff, and as I'm scrolling back down through my Twitter timeline, I see somebody retweet this, and I notice the picture, and something jumps out at me, and I'm like, you know, this flag is kind of weird. That's a very distinctive image on this flag because it's only one sword. And I was like, out of curiosity, if I type like pirate flag into Google and I look it up, we go to image search and we scroll through it. I was like, is there ever an image? If you type in pirate flag, is there any pirate flag that shows up where there's only one sword? And I looked through it and it's like, I mean, there's a reason they're called crossbones. Now, usually or oftentimes it's bones, but emphasis on the word cross. Like, they're called crossbones because they fucking cross on the flag every time. And so you got this cross. These are all crosses. All of these things involve cross. And so I'm like, okay, well, that seems significant that you put up this pirate flag where there's only one sword. And I feel like that had to have been a conscious decision that we do. Every other pirate flag you've ever seen has cross swords. This one only has one. Why would you only have one sword? And so I'm like, okay, well, what if it was sort of literal? What if it was one sword because you only have one arm to use the sword? And so immediately, I'm like, well, who are some famous characters in World of Warcraft history who only have one arm? It's a rather short list. I think we've got Zul'jin. So I'm like, Zul'jin, one arm. And so immediately I'm like, well, okay, but Zul'jin was also missing an eye. And then I look, and sure enough, we have a fucking eye patch on this pirate. Now, an eye patch is not a particularly unique thing among pirates. You could definitely just have thrown an eye patch on the skull by happenstance. But this is also the eye that Zul'jin is missing. It's his right eye when I looked at pictures of him. Zul'jin only has one arm? Yeah, as part of his lore, he got captured and ended up basically removing his own arm to escape. This flag is also different than the one on the roadmap. Yes, this was a new asset that came out with this announcement. This particular flavor of this flag. So I'm like, okay, well, let's go look at Zul'jin pictures here. What do we see when we look at Zul'jin? What am I working with here? So Google Zul'jin. Now he's got a Heroes of the Storm version of himself. But when I tried to find something that lined up with his World of Warcraft character, you can see, for instance, missing the arm, missing the eye. So I'm like, well, that's interesting. Okay, so Zul'jin perfectly fits the description of a guy, or is the sort of embodiment of this particular flag. He's missing this eye. He's missing. Assuming you had crossed swords on your back and you were going to draw them Leonardo style, that one, the one going this way, would be the one I think that you're... Actually, no, I guess you wouldn't draw that one. Oh, well, whatever. He doesn't use swords anyway. It's one of the things somebody pointed out was he doesn't use swords anyway. And I was like, well, that's an interesting point. Zul'jin is famously an axe-wielding troll. Or I don't know that he famously uses axes, but he's famously a troll. And trolls don't use swords. Trolls use axes. That's kind of one of their racial things. So the sword is not necessarily... sword is not necessarily the best representation of that. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be honest, Zul'jin pops to mind, but I haven't really kept track of Zul'jin. What the fuck has even been going on with Zul'jin? Where's he been? So I looked this up, and this sparked a memory. I think I had read this at some point and kind of forgotten it. Zul'jin, last we heard from him, ended up in Halls of Atonement in Shadowlands. He was an NPC that ends up in like a hidden room in Halls of Atonement. You have to have like a blink, like a Venthyr blink or something, or use a secret thing on the wall to open up this door to enter this room. And if you do, you see a troll spirit that is not named Zul'jin, but which is clearly Zul'jin. He's missing an arm, missing an eye. He yells at blood elves if they get close to him. You have this dude that's clearly Zul'jin, and he's there being whatever the fuck process the Venthyr go through to torment their prisoners to make them repent for whatever they did in life. So he's busy being flayed, whatever the hell they're doing to people in Halls of Atonement. But nothing more is said of him. And then we have the end of Shadowlands. And so the question is, what happened to everybody in the Shadowlands? I don't know that we've ever really got... Maybe that we did, and I just haven't kept track of my lore. I don't know that we've had really any resolution about what happened to the souls that were in Shadowlands at the end of Shadowlands. Like, we popped the fuck back out into Azeroth, and we continue on with Dragonflight. But it felt like there wasn't really much made of anybody that was left in Shadowlands when we leave. And so now I'm like, okay, well, if Zul'jin figured out a way to escape from Shadowlands the same way we did after after we defeat the Jailer, if Zul'jin pops out, what if Zul'jin escapes too? And then the thing that's interesting, because somebody else pointed out in the comments, so a couple things people point out. One, Zul'jin doesn't use swords. True. Zul'jin, not a known sword user. Secondly, Zul'jin, not a pirate. And it's like, that's also true. But what's interesting is Blizzard has maintained that there would be no pirate. That they have that famous "no pirates" line. And so now I'm wondering if this is all kind of like a bait and switch. If this isn't actually a pirate flag. I'm wondering if this is like intended to look like a pirate flag, but it's not actually a pirate flag. It's just the flag of something that resembles a pirate. And maybe Zul'jin is returning. And another interesting note that as I was reading through this Zul'jin shit, a little tidbit that I came across, which also is interesting to me. Do you guys know who the voice actor for Zul'jin was? Back in original, when he showed up back in Zul'Aman, which has been many years, but the voice actor for Zul'jin was Christopher Metzen. And have we had somebody return to Blizzard recently? A certain somebody who goes by Chris Metzen? Because do you know which character got dusted off at BlizzCon? Do you remember which character we hadn't seen for a while that suddenly showed up in a cinematic at BlizzCon? The return of a rather famous person? Because I seem to recall Thrall showing back up. And do we remember who voiced Thrall? Interesting. Interesting that Thrall would make a return to World of Warcraft right at the same time that his voice actor came back. That's probably a coincidence, right? And hey, if we're bringing back one character that Chris Metzen voiced, is there an opportunity for us to bring back another character that Chris Metzen voiced that we hadn't seen or heard from in a while? And the more I start looking into this, the more I'm like, bro, I think this is going to be a Zul'jin angle. I think we're getting the return of Zul'jin. And what's also sort of interesting in that is, I don't know, have they said what the War Within is going to be about? Have they given any indication about what the storyline there is going to be? Maybe they have, and I just kind of haven't picked it up. But I could see there being a storyline here about like what has happened with the leadership of the Horde now that Sylvanas is out of the picture. Because when you start talking about the War Within, do we have a brewing fight for leadership of the Horde? Do we have Zul'jin show up and say, hey, you know what? This Horde shit, I feel like this is being run by a bunch of pussies. I'm gonna show up and run this shit. And that's like wild speculation. That part is just like, if you're gonna bring back Zul'jin, I feel like you're doing that for more than just a 10.26 kind of thing. So I feel like if they were bringing back Zul'jin, it would be to begin a story arc that makes its way into the next expansions, because that's not the kind of character that you just kind of throw out there for some weird fucking 0.6 patch. But yeah, as a thread to sort of begin the lore for the War Within, you have Zul'jin come rolling back into the picture like, hey, motherfuckers, you forget about me? I've been getting fucking whipped daily down in Shadowlands, but I got out and I'm back. And he has perhaps assembled a force of whatever, pirates, not pirates. And he's coming to reclaim what's his. Which would be sick, by the way. Zul'jin is a sick character. But anyway, yeah, so as I just from, you know, like I said, just I looked at the flag, I was like, yeah, that flag's it's kind of a weird flag for a pirate flag. Stands out. I don't know, something about it. And then as I started kind of pulling on that, I was like, one sword, one arm, eye patch, one eye. Lines up with a guy who was voice acted by somebody who just came back from Blizzard, who was stuck in the Shadowlands, but is not been heard from since Shadowlands was sort of famously freed. A lot of things just kind of started lining up. So anyway, I feel pretty confident. I feel pretty confident it's going to be a Zul'jin thing. I actually looked around at first because when I saw this flag and I started, you know, wheels started turning in my head, I was like, bro, it's got to be Zul'jin. And the first thing I did was start Googling to be like, some other lore person has had to have made this connection. I don't want to jump on Twitter and be like, hey, anybody else think this is Zul'jin? And then have that pocket of like, wow, lore people be like, hey, dumbass, we've been saying this for a month and a half. So I like Googled it a bit, be like, you know, Zul'jin 1026, like expecting to see something come up and nothing. And I was like, am I the first person that's made this? And then I realized this particular picture has only existed since their tweet on Thursday night, this particular version of this flag. And I was like, maybe I am the first person to think of this Zul'jin thing. So if it's not Zul'jin, you'll never hear me speak about this again. I'll probably delete my tweet and this VOD. I'll delete this VOD. And if you ask me about it, I'll pretend like I don't know what you're talking about. But if it is Zul'jin, holy shit, you'll never hear me shut the fuck up about this. I'm gonna work this into every conversation I have for the next like year. This is like, wow, QAnon. See, that's the thing. Everybody keeps saying that this is like some crazy ass theory, but I feel like this is honestly a pretty grounded theory. I don't feel like I'm reaching too far on any of this. I didn't feel like I made huge leaps. Like one sword, like I said, you don't see any pirate flags with one sword. It'd be one thing if I was like, oh, dude, you never see any pirate flags with swords. And then I pull up the list of images, and there's like a few flags with one sword, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't show up very often. I mean, literally, there's like, it's all fucking double swords. All of them are double swords. Or bones. Like, two something. There's always a cross. Like I said, it's always the reason it's a cross. Now, admittedly, like I said, the eye patch thing, if I was like, oh, missing an eye patch, it's clearly Zul'jin. I mean, okay, there are other eye patches that show up on Pirate. That part's not unique. But the one sword thing, that is quite unique among pirate flags. That is a very conscious decision to do one sword. And there is clearly something symbolic there. Like, that is, they chose that for a reason. And the fact that then there's also an eye patch is like, I don't know, man. It would be kind of weird if it wasn't something like Zul'jin. What if he gets help from Bwansamdi? And that's the thing is, you go back to why was Zul'jin in Shadowlands? Because Bwansamdi has said that he takes the souls of all trolls So no trolls should have been able to end up in Shadowlands. Bwansamdi was supposed to be collecting all of them. But Bwansamdi made mention of at least one soul who has escaped him before. And the stories, like the articles about that, all say he's referring to Zul'jin when he says that. When he says that he has had souls get away from him before, he's referring to Zul'jin. So Zul'jin able somehow to evade Bwansamdi and ends up in Shadowlands and is busy being punished or whatever you call it that the Venthyr do. But yeah, I actually feel pretty confident about this. Wither, thank you for the resub, bud. 42 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Because yeah, the Zul'jin thing. Now, the one part I will confess I don't know is like how would Zul'jin fit into the current storyline. That's where part of the reason why I couldn't tell you that is because I'm not even really sure what the fuck we're doing in the current storyline. We have the dragon. We're on the Dragon Isles. We're dealing with that thing, but I'm not really sure how that ties back into the rest of the story in WoW. Like kind of now one thing that was of note is Zul'jin and Tyrande were very much at odds when Zul'jin was around, and Tyrande has been part of the storyline in Dragon Isles. She's been around, so I don't know what her. I confess that I kind of zoned out during the quest. I remember she's been here. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. What her role was. But actually, I may even be thinking of Shadowlands now that I think about it. It may not even be that may not be in Dragonflight thing. I may actually be thinking of Shadowlands and just remembering really far back. Anyway, I remember Tyrande being around at some point, somewhat recently. But I don't know what role Zul'jin would play if he came back. Now, if he's coming back under this banner, it seems like he's here to fuck shit up. But I don't know how he would fit into that. Venthyr, I thought he went to Artemal. Zul'jin? No, he was in Halls of Atonement. If you went searching around for him, you could find a troll that is clearly Zul'jin in Halls of Atonement. All right, one sec. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Okay. But yeah, then after I'd workshopped all that, then to find out as I was reading that Metzen did the voice for Zul'jin, and you know, we saw Thrall come back, who was the other famously Metzen voiced character, and it's like there's just so many things that like line up here. Yeah. I feel pretty confident. I honestly don't feel like I'm this is some wild shit that we're just making up as we go. It felt like each additional detail that I sort of stumbled upon in my search, because I didn't feel like at any point I would I didn't feel like at any point along this journey did I have a hypothesis I was trying to prove necessarily. Because like I said, I originally looked at the flag. It wasn't like I went into it being like, man, I love Zul'jin. Is there a way that this could be Zul'jin? It was just like, yo, this flag's kind of weird. One sword, one eye patch. Who would fit? Oh, well, Zul'jin's the only guy I can think of that's got like one arm, and it turns out he's got one eye. Actually, I noticed the one sword, and I was like, what if it was like one arm? And I was like, oh, Zul'jin. And then I noticed the eye patch, and I was like, wait, doesn't he also only have one eye? And then I went looking around, being like, okay, well, what's Zul'jin been up to? Saw he was in Halls of Atonement, which, like I said, I think I knew that at some point. I think I remember hearing like that showed up on the WoW subreddit or something, and I read about it during Shadowlands. But I didn't. If you'd asked me like, "Yo, what's up with Zul'jin right now?" I wouldn't have been able to be like, "Oh, remember he was in Halls of Atonement." And it was like I read that and I was like, "Oh yeah, he is in Halls of Atonement." And then, well, fuck, I guess we never really knew what happened to anybody in Shadowlands at the end of it. So it's not like I'm conjuring him back from like 4 expansions ago. This isn't some character that we lost track of in WoD. This is a character that we saw last expansion, and who I think could very easily be free again, based on how that last one concluded. And then as I'm reading, I see, Metzen voiced him, and it's like, huh. I actually didn't know that. I had no idea Metzen voiced Zul'jin, and like, that's odd that we just saw another character that Metzen voiced show back up for the first time in several expansions. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, this image itself, I mean, there's the flag, but then there's a picture of a boat behind it, right? Like that's a boat behind it, I think. It's blurry. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe that's not a boat, actually. Is that not a boat? Is that just like a... Come to think of it, looks like Freehold Zone. Yeah, I mean, my assumption when I saw this picture in the background was that it was a boat. But now that I actually kind of like look at it, it's like one of those AI pictures where they jumble a whole bunch of shit that all seems at first glance like it's something, but then when you actually focus on it, you realize the entire picture is just nothing. Like it's just a jumble of shit that's all intended to kind of resemble something, but none of it is actually that thing. That's sort of what this feels like, where this looks like a boat when I just glance at it quickly, but then when I focus on it, I'm actually not sure it's a boat at all. Show the pic. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't have my display up. Fuck me, I thought I was staring at this. Okay, oops. Thought I had my display shown. Yeah, this background picture here, it's like blurred, and it has what looks like masts, like wooden masts, and like maybe netting of some kind, sort of. But then when I Actually look at him like, no, actually that doesn't look like a boat at all. It just looks like a structure in the middle of, like, this is clearly dirt down here. There's torches, there's a flag thing, there's some shit, but do I recognize the flag in the background? This one? No. No, I don't know what that is. That's actually a good, hold on. Flags in Warcraft. Or maybe not flags. Maybe it would be like, well, we'll try flags. But it would be like, maybe like factions. Let's try factions. Let's try factions. Maybe factions isn't good because it's just going to be Horde and Alliance, right? We'll do okay. We'll try banners. That's not a bad. All right. Is anything standing out here? So what is the? So it's like that looks kind of like a skull with like, I don't know what the fuck that is underneath it. Almost like a warglaive or something. It's for the Irontide. Is that what it is? Irontide. Wow. Yep, that is definitely Irontide. Okay. So that probably is the remnants of a boat, but not in the water. So yeah, it definitely seems like a freehold vibe. So actually trying to see, is that the exact asset that's being used here? I think that might be. I think that's literally what this is. I think this is the asset they used in this picture. They just took it out of wherever it was in game and put it here. Okay, what do we know about Irontide? Yeah, let's have a look. Ruthless pirate band based out of Freehold. Original members of the Irontide Raiders were left over from a crew once captained by Flynn Fairwind and his first mate Harlan Sweet. The two had a falling out after a messy job, and Flynn lost all taste for freebooting, so he just disappeared one day. Okay. Meanwhile, Harlan took the nasties of the crew and formed the Irontide Raiders. Harlan then went around Freehold, forcing smaller crews to pledge loyalty. In Dragonflight, wait a second. Sometime after the discovery of the Dragon Isles, on a pirate ship on the shrouded coast of the Forbidden Reach, a book mentioned that the Irontide Raiders are welcome to sail under the flag of Night Squall's crew, who aim to build the biggest pirate fleet Azeroth has ever known. The volunteers are invited to travel to the Dragon Isles and plunder its secrets in the name of Dread Admiral Night Squall. Well, who the fuck is Night Squall? Why doesn't he have a clickable link unless he's not in the game yet? Who is Night Squall? Not a troll find. Night Squall. Nope. Okay. So, Night Squall. Wow. What do we got here? Return of Night Squall. Wild-Eyed Night Elf. Okay, that's a lot of lore here. Is there a way I can just skip to a summary of this, or? Nope. Okay, good. So what the fuck does this say? Wild-eyed night elf who ran away from his forest home as a boy to sign on with a hardy pirate crew. How through boldness and treachery he rose up the ranks to claim a ship of his own. Never was there a more daring captain in all the seas than Night Squall. He sailed through the mist to Pandaria, an age before the Alliance and Horde ever found it, and made a fortune hauling kegs of brew to the far corners of the world. He plundered the treasure rooms of old King Rastakhan and sacked Coltiran villages right under the noses of those haughty Proudmoors. Night Squall has raided more islands in the South Seas than any captain who ever sailed. They say he's stashed so much gold beneath the sands of Tel Abyb that the island now rises 10 feet higher than when he first landed on it. But don't you be thinking about stealing his booty now. Many's the tale of a greedy lass or laddie who tried to outsmart the Night Squall only to end up feeding the fishes. You've heard these stories 1,000 times, I know. Legends traded from one decade to another until one might think the tales grew in the telling. Some might wonder if they could even have a grain of truth between them. Well, let me tell you, they be true as starlight. I sailed with Night Squall for a spell and seen him do all these things and 100 more. Of course, you likely heard the greatest tell of them all. After building a brand new flagship, he set sail for the west, promising not to return until he'd seen all there was of the world and taken his share. That was years ago, and many tides have passed without so much as a whisper. Even an old salt like me started to wonder if he'd met his match. That's what they say about the western storms be true, that monsters and magic make the ocean impossible to cross. Then payment for his pride, it was now Night Squall who'd be feeding the fishes in the halls of Neptulon. But hear me now, Night Squall has returned. He ain't telling tales of what he's seen on his journeys, but the holds of the ships that made it back be full to burst in with treasures like you've never seen before. And that ain't all. The Night Squall says he's got a new prize in his crosshairs, and to claim it, he aims to build the biggest pirate fleet the world has ever known. So whether you be Irontide or Bloodsail, Defias, or Freebooter, all are welcome to sail under the Night Squall's flag. Okay. Well, that definitely seems like pirates. And yeah, I would say this has, barring some really weird shit, this doesn't appear to have anything to do with Zul'jin. It's interesting, though, that this doesn't appear to be strictly Irontide. This is like everything. All pirates. Basically. Now, this part is a little interesting, though. It says, in payment for his pride, it was now Night Squall who'd be feeding the fishes in the halls of Neptulon, which is... that's thrown to the tides, right? He was an elemental lord, and he battled against the Titans as servants of the old gods. However, he did not ally himself with Deathwing after the Cataclysm, and as a result, the Naga and the Faceless Ones sought to capture him and the Abyssal Maw, and he would later break free of his captor Alzamat and return to the Abyssal Maw. Since Cataclysm, Neptulon has rallied his water elementals to defend Azeroth on several occasions. And the Farseer of the Earthen Ring convinced the Elemental Lord to pledge his forces to battle against the Burning Legion. And he also battled against Ashara. Let's see, we do not have any mention of him since BFA. Okay. Night Squall stuff in relation to Vol'jin. Well, let's see. Vol'jin. Let's see. There was a post from like 6 months ago about where the fuck is Vol'jin. Vol'jin is currently chilling in a wild seed. Okay. Hmm. Uh, Now, see, here we go. Somebody said, come midnight, we'll learn that Zul'jin escaped Revendreth, made his way into Ardenweld, and cannibalized Vol'jin's wild seed, becoming a new Loa. He'll be a raid boss again. Fuck yeah. Let's upvote this comment. A lot of talk about Vol'jin becoming a Loa. I admittedly am not super up to date on how the fuck that works. Hmm. I've gone way too far down the rabbit hole now. I don't even know what the fuck I'm reading about. Oh yeah, and then interestingly, on another thing that was like not not a thing I'm going to claim it works in favor of my Zul'jin theory, but just another thing that was interesting is that we are getting troll heritage armor in one of these patches coming up. Hmm. But yeah, after reading about Night Squall, well, assuming that we go down the thought of the background to this picture is clearly the Irontide banner. So what's up with the Irontide? And the answer is they've been recruited by Night Squall. So who's Night Squall? And they say Night Squall is a night elf. That seems to be not Zul'jin. The only thing that is interesting from that point on then is when they talk about Night Squall, rumoredly dying in Neptulon's halls. So maybe somebody else has taken up the mantle of Night Squall in an attempt to unite the pirates, who is not the original Night Squall, but wants to just borrow his persona. Not that that makes a case for that being Zul'jin more than anybody else on the planet, but I guess it leaves the door open for Night Squall being anybody, basically, who wants to call themselves Night Squall. Was there anything else about that Night Squall? It's funny the things that get past me in WoW lore, the things that they've like Blizzard has planted the seeds for some of this shit, and I have no idea. Who is Night Squall? Do I enjoy WoW lore? Not really into it. I would say most WoW lore I find to be like generic enough that I have trouble really giving a shit. Maybe that's just playing the video game. I don't know. Maybe if I read the books, maybe they do a better job of getting you into it. But why is Google only populating the left using 60% of the screen? I assume it's some issue with my 4K resolution. Like the site's just not doing something with that. I don't know. Yours is doing it too? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's been like that. I don't remember it like centering or doing something else. I think it's always been left justified. Hmm. Okay. Well, apparently T&E did a Night Squall prediction for 11.0. All right. Well, none of the reading about the rest of this shit beyond this literal flag has given me any indication that Zul'jin will be involved at all, which makes me want to double down even further on that prediction. What are we talking about? I recklessly speculated that because this flag that was shown in the teaser this week features one sword and one eye, that the character that resembles in WoW is Zul'jin. And therefore, this must herald the return of Zul'jin. I actually do hope Zul'jin comes back, though, because I feel like the trolls are a very interesting race, and I don't feel like we've really fucking heard anything about them recently. I don't think they've done very much with troll lore at all. Roquan, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 60 months, aka 5 years. Love it. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your new rainbow sub icon badge, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Can I do this for a sub goal or something? What in the fuck is this? Is that green screen booty shorts? Huh. Okay. Interesting. Kalira, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. Zulamon Mega Dungeon? Last troll lore was the other side? Yeah, I mean, I guess that was the last kind of troll-oriented thing, which was just Zala versus Bwansamdi. It would be a good time though to bring back the troll story, because we've started to get back to the night elf story, you know, with Amir Drasil being returned to the night elves as a new ancestral home. This would be a great time to bring the trolls back and be like, nah, fuck all that. All the ticket, that's that Sarah Palin. So, after Sean and I got back from our trip yesterday, we noticed that our fridge was much warmer than anticipated. Normally it sits around like 35 degrees in there, and it was like 50 or something when we got back home. So we have since discovered that the fridge is basically like not working. Our guess is that the fan isn't working, and so we've called a guy to come out. But I will confess that I learned about how refrigerators work more so in the last 24 hours than I think I had ever known previous to that. As I understand it, you just blow the fucking cold air from the freezer up into the refrigerator, and that's like how that shit operates. It just pumps freezer air into the main compartment of the... I had no idea. I always assumed they were two separate things. Like the fridge did its own thing, and then there just happened to be a freezer at the bottom doing its thing. And that makes a lot more sense, that you take all the cold air from the freezer and just push it up into the rest of it. But yeah, anyway, I think our fan's fucked or something. Some places have separate freezer and fridge. Okay. Well, maybe I wasn't completely stupid then, but freezer at the bottom. Yeah. I actually don't know why they did it that way. Come to think of it, you're right. It's a little weird to put the freezer at the bottom, but ours is. It's like a whole pull-out thing. If we need a discount on a new one, I hope we don't need a fucking discount on a new one. Fuck me, man. We just bought a new oven like last month. I'm not really trying to replace the whole goddamn kitchen. Why is it weird to have a freezer in the bottom? Because you're fighting the natural properties of warm and cold air. You know, warm air rises, cold air descends. If you had the freezer at the top, the cold air naturally just when you have freezer on bottom, you gotta fucking move the cold air up. Think about what I just said there. Well, what did I just? I mean, warm air rises, fridge is warmer than freezer. Yeah, but if you just had a fridge hanging out and a freezer underneath it, and you didn't have a fan that blew the cold air up, the cold air wouldn't do anything. It would just sit in the freezer. And then your fridge above it would just stay warm, room temperature, beyond whatever shitty exchange of air or of temperature could occur through the materials of the bottom of your fridge. Whereas if you have the cold freezer above the fridge, there would be a natural regulation of the temperature between the two that would be more efficient just on thermodynamic properties. How old is the fridge? I think it's like 10 years. I don't know. It's a Samsung. This probably didn't bode well. We bought this new oven. There was a Samsung that Shauna wanted to get because she said she liked Samsung products after using this fridge. And then a month after we buy the new oven, it's a Samsung, this fridge shoots craps on us. And I'm like, this was the appliance maker that you wanted to vouch for the new oven? They make good phones? Yeah, that's what my first reaction was like, what the fuck? Samsung makes fridges? Since when? But Sean was like, I don't know. I really like the fridge. It's worked well for the last however long I've had it. So I just wanted to get another Samsung appliance. And I was like, all right. So anyway, I think there was a precursor to this event with the fan where our our fridge was making an annoying fucking kind of grinding noise like a month ago. And as best I could deduce, it was that I think there was ice forming. My guess was there was ice forming on the condenser in the back, and the fan was hitting it, and it was making like a noise. But then it stopped after like half a day, and I was like, okay, well, I guess if it ever gets bad enough that I need to do something about it, I will do something. But like if the ice just regulates itself naturally, if it accumulates to a certain point, but then it like melts off and it goes back and forth, like, all right, whatever. Because I looked it up, and it sounded like it was going to be a pain in the fucking ass to do anything about it. Colboss, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Nice hoodie. Do they make those for men? Yeah, this one. So I was like, I looked it up. How do you deal with? Well, first off, I was like, why the fuck is my noise, or why is my fridge making this noise? It's like, well, your fan may be hitting an accumulation of ice. And I was like, okay, that sounds bang on for what's happening. How do I fix it? And it was like, well, first off, take all this shit out of your fridge, then remove, like, take all the food out of your fridge, then remove all the shelving from your fridge, then unscrew. And I was like, oh fuck, I don't want to do any of that. So then I waited to see if the problem took care of itself, and it did. That was like a month ago. Now we're here. I suspect it's another problem with the fan. I suspect this time we are definitely taking everything out of the fridge to get to the condenser in the back. That sounds like it's going to be a terrific pain in the ass, but not more of a pain in the ass than having to buy a whole bunch of new food because all my perishables just went bad over the weekend. But, yeah, hopefully it's just that, I guess. Do I know how the fridge got invented? No, I don't. But it has to do with war or pornography. Those are the great drivers of all technological innovation. Fighting and fucking is basically moved humanity forward through the ages. Dude, this place we went to over the weekend, it was this we went to the place near the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. They have like a whole resort thing over there. And they've got this big indoor pool area, so we took the kids over there. We stayed a night, let them hang out in the swimming area. And it was like big water park kind of thing. But they impressed the shit out of me because Sean and I went there with our 4 kids and one of their friends, and we let them loose in the water park area. And then Sean and I were like, well, let's go find something for us to do. And as we're wandering around, we see a gate that's like adults only, and we're like, well, we're adults. So we go up, and they've got this little section balcony upstairs with their own pool, their own bar, and it overlooks like the entire rest of the area. So you could order like food and drink without having to wait in line. Soundwaves, yeah, there's a Soundwaves place. Since there was just like a bar strictly for adults up there, you didn't have to like wait in line for shit. You could get your drinks as soon as you wanted them. The seating was very chill, and the way the pool was set up, it overlooked everything else, so you could kind of keep track of the kids. Like you could every once in a while kind of like look out, spot them, make sure that they hadn't fled the premises. And that was actually really chill. And what pissed me off is that the kids wanted to leave before we did, which is not what I was expecting. Like we got there, I was expecting to just like sit around and be like, all right, whatever, fucking wait around for 5 hours while the kids get out of their system. But then we found that adult area, and I mean the drinks were admittedly expensive, but you know, it's like not crazy compared to, you know, I'm buying like $8 drafts. I've certainly spent more money on beer in my life. And the service was quick, and there was a nice pool right there. To you know, it was like maybe 3 or 4 feet deep, so it kind of came up to your chest. You could just have your drink in the pool, and it was really nice. And then after like an hour, the kids were like, "We're bored, we want to leave." And I was like, "No, get the fuck back in the pool. I'm actually having a good time. You guys can humor me one of these weekends." The place was really fucking hot though. It was actually a good trick. Normally I'm a huge pussy when it comes to getting into anything that's not like 90-degree water. 90-degree water. If it's not a hot tub, I don't like swimming in it. No matter how warm you keep your pool, I am probably going to put one toe into it and be like, Jesus, that's cold. And then just like try to avoid it. But they kept that area so warm that you felt compelled to get in the pool even though it was cold, because it was like I handle warm temperatures extremely well, and even I was like baking in there, and I was like, fuck dude, I don't really want to get in the pool, but I prefer it to this. And so I got in, and it was cold as shit for like a minute, and then I acclimated, and then I had a good time just kind of lounging around and drinking my drinks. And they had a draft beer there that was like this local lime and salt lager. And the marketing was good because I'll be honest, I read lime and salt and I didn't immediately think, oh, this is just like shitty Bud Light lime. I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I'll order one of those. And they gave it to me, and they served it in a cup with a salted rim. The gal doing the bartending was like, I got this little trick I like to do with this. And so she took one of the cups and put it in the salt and served it to me. And dude, the rock salt on the rim of that mixed with that beer, fuck, that was good. Like, I will probably seek out, like, there's part of me that wants to just go to a bar from now on and order lime, whatever lime they have, and just be like, hey, by the way, can you do salt around the edge? Because that shit's fire. It was so good. But yeah, it was a nice little trip. The whole area, they have like a whole Grand Opry resort thing, and like that whole place was cool. Expensive as fuck, but it was cool. I could have wandered around there all day and had fun. We had one of those soul crushing dinners where we took the kids down to grab food. And we sat down in one of the restaurants there, of which there's like fucking 40 restaurants in this place. We sit down in a fairly nondescript one. We get the menus, like every fucking entree on this thing is like $30 at least. And the food was not that good. And I was like, God fucking damn it. Like, they know they've got us trapped there. Like, once you're in the place, it's hard to leave. Go someplace. You don't want to go like walk out to your car to drive off the area to go to someplace that's more affordable. So they know they've got you locked in there. And then we sat down and looked at the menu. I was just like, I think I ordered like a $28 burger. And it was not a $28 burger. I'm actually getting mad thinking about it again. $28 burger. Yeah, and the reason I ordered that is because it was like the cheapest. It was like the cheapest item on the menu. BBQ is what you eat in Nashville. Admittedly, we our oldest daughter was the one that was there with the friend, and they were sleeping when we left to go down and eat with the rest of the kids. Those two went out by themselves later that night to get their own dinner, and they went to a barbecue place, and they said it fucking slapped. I don't know where they went, but whichever place they went to had barbecue, and they were like, it was insane. So yeah, I think we maybe fucked up with where we went, but we have very picky eaters. The younger ones, I don't think would have tolerated a barbecue place. I eat everything except fish. What, bro? Come on, you gotta like fish. Fish is good for you. It's got the good omega-6 fatty acids for your brain health. Keeps you sharp. Clams are disgusting. I'll admit, I don't know that I've ever had like fresh clams. I think the only clams I've ever had are like Long John Silver's deep fried to fuck clams. What about octopus? Yeah, I'll eat all that shit. You will have trouble grossing me out with food stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's some food you could put in front of me that I'd be like, ugh. But yeah, like squid, fucking octopus, any of that shit. Yeah, I'll fuck it up. Ever ate cow's tongue? No. But I'd try it. At least I don't think I have. Maybe I've eaten cow's tongue and not realized it, but ever had crocodile? No, I don't think so. Oysters are so nasty. I really do want to try oysters. I don't think I've ever had oysters before. And I'll admit, I don't know that they look appetizing. When I watch people eat them, and it's like, that doesn't seem pleasant, but also it seems interesting. Ever eaten 2-day-old Little Caesars pizza? Oh, we actually have 2-day-old Little Caesars pizza in the fridge right now. But yeah, I'll try just about anything food-wise. I'll for sure make some carve out some stuff. I'm sure there's some food items you could put in front of me. Some fermented fish shit, that type stuff. You know, yeah, but for the most part, if there's a healthy selection of people in the world that enjoy a food product and they'll eat it just because it's funny, I'll try it. Is Little Caesars one with crazy bread? Yeah. I mean, I mostly dine at the whims of my children at this point. So we tend to pick the restaurants where we know we can build consensus among children in terms of what they're willing to eat. How old are the kiddos? Let's see. The oldest is now 18, and then we have a 13, 12, and 10-year-old. It's a lot easier to remember by grade. We've got a senior, an 8th grader, a 7th grader, and a 5th grader. $18 feels like yesterday. Yeah, somebody brought up what was the thing? Somebody brought up referencing an event that happened 15 years ago. They're talking about like it was like 2009, 2010, and then a conversation started about how like, oh man, you must be old if you think that 2010 wasn't that long ago, or some shit. And I started thinking about it. And I was like, when I was a kid, if I tried to imagine in the year 2000 what something that happened in 1985 was like, that would have felt like ancient history. If in the year 2000 I tried to think back to what things happening in 1985 were like, it would have felt like a completely different point in human existence. But now when I think back to 2010, it does just seem like everything between then has been a blur. Like, I can't meaningfully differentiate 2024 from 2010, except in terms of things that have happened since then. But not, and maybe it is, maybe the 80s were kind of like their own wild ass time. Maybe it is a function of my age. I don't know. I feel like if I talk about, or if you refer to like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, they each have a distinct aesthetic. So like you can imagine them. If I had to make a TV show set in the 60s, I could build costume design and a set that you would be like, that's the 60s or the 70s or the 80s. But I feel like if you try to do one for the 2000s versus the 2010s versus the 2020s, unless it was like, oh, they have a newer model iPhone, or, oh, look, they're in electric vehicles. I feel like it would be a lot harder to do that. Music changes how you tell years apart. See, even to me, I don't feel like music has changed that much since like 2000. And I mean, I can remember that there were sort of different eras of music, but they don't necessarily stand out as much to me in the way that, like, if you look at like disco, I'd be like, yeah, that's like 70s music. And I can tell you exactly what falls under disco and what doesn't. Or like hair metal. Now we're in the 80s, and I can tell you what hair metal is. But a lot of the shit that's come out since like 2000 from the different genres, it just kind of if you played me a song I hadn't heard before from some of these genres, I wouldn't necessarily be able to be like, that's for sure from sometime after 2015 or before 2015. Sounds like a music trivia stream in the making. Yeah, maybe. But it is weird how I feel like decades were much more defined in the 90s. Like they all seemed to have much bigger fingerprints. Not bigger fingerprints, but like much more defined fingerprints. And like it felt like there were more ends and beginnings of like there's distinction between these time periods. And now it just feels like the last 20 years have all been kind of the same thing. Remember I told this stream story once about how thick I used to be? Yeah. I was a fat little shit. Show pics. Let's see. I think I have one saved to Google Drive for just such an occasion when people are like, "Let me see what you used to look like when you were fat." I'm like, I can do that. Let's see here. Type photos and images. Not that one, not that one. There we go. That's the one. All right. This was my high school graduation photo. It's very appropriate that Smooth Operator's playing while I posted that photo. I actually remember the first time I shared a photo online of myself because there was a community that I was in back when message boards were like a thing. There was a message board that I posted on a lot with people I played Ultima Online with, and we had all been playing together for years. And there was finally a thread where it was like, you know, post real life pics. And I had been playing with them long enough. I was like, all right, yeah, fuck it. Here you go. Here's a picture of me. And I remember I got roasted so fucking hard and I wasn't expecting it. Like, I don't know why I didn't think people would make fun of me for being fat back then, but it just caught me so off guard. And they're like, bro, you're fat as shit, lol. And I was like, oh, man. And, that was like that was probably my first being fat on the internet moment. saying that bullying helped me. I think I probably bullied myself more than anybody else ever did. There is actually, I don't know how much of this is like me revising history to make a neat narrative versus how much it's actually true, but I've always pointed back to a singular moment where I resolved to lose weight. And it was, I had come home from college freshman year, and I was walking around the mall to do some, I think it was like Christmas shopping or something. I don't know, but I was wandering around the mall, and there was a kiosk in the mall, and there was a dude working the kiosk, and you know he was making conversation with people as they walk by, and I was walking by him trying not to make eye contact or whatever, and to try to get my attention, he yelled, "Hey, big man!" And I remember that moment just being like, fuck, man. Like, why do people try to get my attention by saying big man? Fuck this. And it was just around that time where I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. Like, I originally started losing weight going on Atkins when the Atkins / South Beach diet shit first started up, where it was like, bro, if you just eat fat, you lose weight. And I was like, that sounds ridiculous, but all right, fuck it. And I started eating, this is when we were on the school cafeteria plan. So I just started getting burgers and taking the buns and throwing them away and just eating the burger and whatever other fatty foods I could find on that. And sure enough, we started losing weight and kind of kept at it for a bit. And eventually I started exercising too. I started jogging for a couple years. And then I fucked my knee up and stopped jogging. And then I got lazy. I never got back into jogging. But I realized after I fucked my knee up in that interim that I could still lose a bunch of weight even without jogging. That was its whole separate epiphany, was realizing that jogging wasn't really doing shit for my weight loss. And if I just was stricter with my diet, I didn't really need to exercise at all. But yeah, the moment where the dude called me big man is like, I remember that being where I was like, fuck this. And he wasn't even being rude. I think that's actually what made me the most mad. He wasn't saying it to be mean. He was just saying it because he knew it was what I expected to hear. He knew that was going to get my attention. Hey, big man. And it did. Hey, big man. I remember I turned and I was like, God damn it. And I was like, I don't want people to refer to me as big man. I don't want anybody to get my attention as fucking big man anymore. What happened to my knee? I just tweaked it when I was running. Like I was jogging one day and I did something to it and it kind of hurt and it started making like a weird sort of popping sensation as I was running. And I was like, I don't know what the hell just happened to it, but like we need to not run for a while. And so I took a few months off from that. And then in the initial few weeks, I started putting on weight because I wasn't running anymore. And I was like, oh shit, we gotta watch what we're eating while we're not running until the knee feels good to run on again. We gotta watch our diet more closely. And then I started going extra hard on counting calories, and then the weight started flying off, and I was like, holy shit, I don't even have to run anymore. I could just watch what I eat. And I actually lost like way more weight after that than I did up to that point. Which was, I guess, maybe not a great lesson to learn. I probably should have stuck with exercising, but am I still exercising now? No. I'm a lazy piece of shit. Sean has been trying to like get me to go to the gym. And I'm just like, She actually did. On the drive home yesterday, she was talking about wanting to maybe get an exercise bike for the house. And I could maybe get on board with that. I used a stationary bike a few times at the rec, and I was always surprised at how many calories I burned for not really feeling like I was doing anything at all on the bike. Like, I would get on there and cycle what didn't feel like especially hard for like 30 minutes, just read a magazine, you know, watch the TV that was up there or something, and it'd be like, you've burned 300 calories. And I'd be like, you're fucking lying. There's no shot. But yeah, I actually kind of enjoyed the stationary bike. It's a lot easier to just lose yourself doing something else. It's incredibly hard for me to get on like a treadmill and not focus on the fact that I'm fucking running on a treadmill. But it felt like on a bike, I could much more easily watch something, read something, and kind of forget that I was cycling, and the time went quicker that way. Personally, lost weight by playing drums. Oh, dude, that's like, if you ever watch a drummer at a concert, holy fuck, these guys are soaked. Got another desk bike. Yeah, like, it doesn't have to be anything. Well, Shauna was like, let's get a fucking Peloton. I was like, please, God, never say that again. Please don't say that. Please don't say let's get a Peloton. And she, like, I think she wants to bike outdoors, but the problem is we live in Chattanooga. I mean, the hills here are a fucking nightmare. You got to be some Tour de France shit to be willing to bike in Chattanooga. But I understand she wants to be like out of the house when she does the exercise, just experience nature, and I get it. But like, fuck, that's hard to do that shit on a bike sometimes. Just get her Google Vision Pro. I actually said, I was like, Shauna, I'll bet there's a way you could do some stuff with VR on the bike. And she was like, absolutely not. She's like, if I don't get motion sickness and throw up everywhere, she's like, there's no way I'm gonna. There's no way my brain's going to believe that I'm doing anything besides sitting in my living room on a bike. Your bike is where you hang your button-up shirts in the bedroom, but you're going to put it next to your desk, start riding, and lose weight? Fuck yeah. Let's get it. I'll be honest, when Shauna started talking about an exercise bike, I was like, we should get an exercise bike. I could probably be down to ride for like 30 minutes a night. Do I get fiber from EPB for like $1 million? No, we get fiber, but it's like super affordable. We get 2.5 gig. They just rolled out their 2.5 gig plan. We get 2.5 gig up and down for under $100 a month from EPB. How old am I? I just turned 39. I need to get a haircut too. I've been putting it off for a while. I'm in this awkward situation with getting my haircut right now where I started recently going to this local Dominican place and they do really good fades. But the problem is the language barrier is awkward depending on who cuts my hair. Some of the guys speak better English and it's fine, but I've had a few haircuts where I mean, we're basically using sign language with each other to communicate, and it just makes for an uncomfortable. It makes for an uncomfortable situation, and show them a photo. I mean, I've showed photos, and that's the problem. Is like a photo will get you close to what you want, but a haircut, if you're looking for something particular, and it like requires communication with the person cutting your hair, and I've found that to not be always super reliable with those guys. Like I said, it's kind of a crapshoot. Some of the guys English is fine, and you can talk about what you want, and it's easy. But some of the dudes, like I have trouble. I had one of the most embarrassing exchanges in my life with one of the dudes at that place where we were trying to make like small talk and he was asking me something and I legitimately had to ask him to repeat himself like 3 times before basically saying, I'm sorry, dude, I don't understand what you're asking me. Like, I am so embarrassed right now, but even after having you stop and repeat yourself and say it more slowly, I have no idea what you just said. And I've never had that happen before. Like usually, you know, I've had times where I've had to ask for them to repeat themselves, sometimes a couple times, but usually after a few times, you at least pick up the context of what they're asking. And even if you don't understand each word perfectly, you get the gist of it, but no clue. Even after 3 times, I had no fucking idea what they were asking. But yeah, anyway, all that was to say, so I've been kind of struggling with haircuts lately because the guys at that Dominican place do a good job with just the fading part, but anything more than just a fade, and I feel like my ability to navigate more details than that is lost. And so I was telling Shauna, you know, I was like, because she was asking, when are you going to get your haircut next? And I was like, I just been like kind of avoiding it because I don't want to deal with that. And she's like, well, if you want, I can have you try out my stylist. And I was like, I don't know. Like, how much is your style? Because I think the guys that do the guys at the Dominican place, it's like $25 for a haircut. And she's like, well, my stylist is like $40. She's like, maybe it's less for a men's haircut, but it's like $40-50 for her stylist. And I was like, that's a bit steep. But honestly, if I went to a place, got the haircut that I exactly wanted, I might be willing to do like a $40-50 haircut. If I felt confident. So it's like I think where I landed is I'll try out her stylist one time. It's kind of like this decision I made with the monitor here. I just dropped $1,000 on this OLED monitor. And I'm very anxious that I'm going to get this monitor, set it up, fire up my computer, look at it for the first time and be like, why the fuck did I spend $1,000 on this? But it's basically an experiment because I've never owned an OLED anything in my life. So we're going to try it out. And if it's worth $1,000, great. Now I know. Now I know that spending a lot of money does, in fact, get you an experience that is worth $1,000. And if it doesn't, if I put this monitor in and I'm like, this sucks ass. Now I also know that I can spend $1,000 on a monitor and it cannot really offer me that much. And so going forward, I can make purchases with that information. This haircut is sort of the same thing in my mind, where I'm gonna go get a $50 haircut. And if it's amazing, then I know at least that if I spend enough money, I can guarantee an incredibly good haircut. And then it's just a question of whether I want to spend that kind of money on a haircut or not. Is it worth it to me to have my haircut exactly the way I want it? If, on the other hand, I go in there, spend $50 on a haircut, and I walk out of there and it looks like every other fucking haircut that I've spent $20 on, then I also know that I'm probably just fucked. And I might as well cheap out on my haircut, because no matter how much money I spend, it's just going to be a roll of the dice on whether or not I get it looking the way I want or not. And I think I've told the story a few times where I didn't start asking for fades until like 2 or 3 years ago. This is the first time I'd ever asked in my life for a fade. And I went in to the local Great Clips, and a gal was working there that I hadn't seen before. And so I go in, I sit down, I show her a picture on the phone. I was like, I'd like my haircut like this. And she was, I actually remember the conversation because apparently I used a picture of some dude that's an actor in Euphoria. I didn't realize this. I just typed fade into Google and found a haircut I liked and showed her. And she was like, oh, do you watch that show? And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, oh, that's Euphoria. And I was like, oh my God, she thinks I'm a fuck boy. And so I got my hair cut, and it was the best goddamn fade. Like, it was so clean. And the problem is, it was the first fade I'd ever got in my life, so I didn't appreciate how good of a haircut it was in that moment. My takeaway from that haircut was, holy shit, it's so easy to give me a fade that I like, that I can just walk into any random place on the street and they're going to cut my hair amazingly well. I'm going to enjoy every haircut I get for the rest of my life. All I had to do was walk in, show them this picture, and bada bing, bada boom, I get this insane haircut. So had I recognized at the time just how impossible it was going to be to get my haircut like that again, I would have asked this lady to give me like her social security number. I've been like, I never want to lose track of you. Wherever the fuck you go in the country, I want to know where you're at so I can come get fades from you. Because this is insane. Whatever the fuck magic you just did on my hair, I want it to look like this every time. I remember coming home. I've never felt that way about a haircut ever again. I came home, looked at it in the mirror, was like, oh my God, that is so good looking. Like, holy fuck. But I just assumed it was the fade. I didn't think it was the way she did the fade. I just thought it was like, oh my God, a fade haircut is so good. And so I was like, I spent the next like month and a half being like, holy fuck, fades are so easy to do. I'm just going to go in and ask for a fade next time. I go and ask for the next fade, it looks like shit. And by that point, it was too late, because it had been so long since I got my haircut from the first gal. I didn't remember her name. I didn't really remember what she looked like. And I didn't really want to walk into Great Clips and start asking around, hey, there's a girl that works here. She looks like this. I don't remember her name. Can you give me personal information about her? Like, maybe that conversation happens, but it would have felt stalkerish. So instead I was just like, I'm sure I'll bump into her if I keep coming for like 6 months. I'm sure she'll be working here at some point when I walk in, and I could just be like, oh, hey, it's you. You cut my hair. I never saw her again. Never saw her again. One of the great tragedies of my life. And I've just been accepting shitty fades ever since. Not shitty, but never as good as the first one. We're chasing the dragon now. I've never gotten another fade that was as good as the first one. So anyway, if I could get another fade that was even close to that first one, I would probably pay 40 or 50 bucks for that. That haircut was so good. And if I could just, that'd be about twice as much as I normally pay for a haircut. But like, if I could do that once every 5 or 6 weeks and get that haircut on command just every time, especially if it was the same girl cutting my hair. So after a while, I would figure there would be an investment period there where like you go in to get your haircut for the first time, and like you're going to show them a picture, be like, you know, it's kind of like this, and they're going to cut it, and you're going to go, yeah, okay, that's close, but like, no, you know, give them your pointers and notes. And then after you get your hair cut by them once or twice, they just start knowing. You have that relationship now. They know what you want. And now you don't have to describe it anymore. You just go in, you sit down. I'll take the usual. Get exactly how you want. And you're like, sick. That would be a dream. That would be an incredible revelation in my hair cutting experience. But I also have now gotten to the point where I just sort of expect it to never happen. I expect that I'm just going to be continuously disappointed by every haircut I receive for the rest of my life. And which is, I guess, why I'm now at the point where I'm willing to spend 40 or 50 bucks to try it one time. See, like, is it possible to spend enough money to actually guarantee you get an insane haircut? And if so, then excellent. And if not, then I guess we're just sad about our hair forever. What hair? Yeah, precisely. Like, you wouldn't think it would be that hard to cut my hair in a way that got close. Because I feel like the first time I asked for the haircut, I didn't really ask for a very specific thing. I showed the picture, which, by the way, I used that picture again for like every haircut I received for the next 9 months after that, and everybody else got nowhere close to what she did with that haircut. So I don't know what they were seeing in that picture that was different than what she saw in that picture. Eventually I stopped using that picture because I kept getting a haircut I didn't like, so I was like, maybe this picture is not demonstrating what I wanted to. So I stopped using that picture. But yeah, it felt like basically all I want is for you to like shave down the backs and sides of my head and then do like a fucking fade up into my temples and top, and then trim up the top of my head. Like I don't care as much about up here. You know, that's sort of whatever. I recognize no matter what you do up here, I'm balding. It's not going to look great. Mostly what you can control is this on the sides and back. And I feel like what I'm asking for is pretty straightforward. Just shave the fuck out of it up until about here and then blend it up into the top. But every time I ask for that, I get something that doesn't feel like what I asked for at all. Join us, Baldies. Well, that was the other thing. I asked Sean if I could shave my head this week. That was partly, I think, what also inspired that conversation. I was like, man, I just want to. She's like, are you gonna get your haircut soon? I was like, I don't know. The place I've been going to is like awkward. I was like, I think I might just like buzz my head. And she's like, please don't do that. And I was like, well, god damn it, I don't want to fucking deal with this shit anymore. And she's like, well, what if you tried my stylist? And I was like, I don't know. But, yeah, what's the harm, I guess? Do a bald filter. I actually did shave my head like a year and a half ago. One of these fades that I asked for was so fucking bad. Like, one of the fades I got was so unbelievably shitty that even Shauna agreed with me that the only way to salvage it was to just shave my head. Like, I went, got the fade, came home, and went, does this look as bad to you as it does to me? Like, am I overreacting to this? And Shauna, like, it's like, oh, wow. That's, like, really bad. And I was like, okay, I thought maybe it was just, like, from my perspective or something, it was this bad, but no, it's actually that bad. She's like, yeah. I was like, look, I know you don't like me having a shaved head, but I kind of feel like I got to shave my head to get rid of this. And she was like, yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I think we got to shave it. So we went in the backyard and she took it all off. If you go ball with the OLED, you'll blind the stream viewers. I've actually had to. I've started sort of getting my. I feel like in some ways like we're bringing a baby into the house because of the number of things I feel like I need to do to get ready for having an OLED because of all these horror stories I've heard about burn-in and how ambient light fucks with OLED. So I've started doing this shit where I've like rearranged the lighting in my room so like none of it's directly on the monitor, and I've started thinking about how I'm going to change the things on my screen to try to minimize the number of static elements. Like we're going to start having our taskbar auto hide, and we're going to try to make sure that we have our monitor shut off. If it detects I haven't done anything for like 30 seconds, it's going to turn off. And yeah, it's like a whole process. But when you spend $1,000 on a monitor, you for sure don't want to fuck around with burn-in. That will tilt the shit out of me. Even if I am able to return the monitor and get it replaced, it'll be really annoying because I think, like I got it from MSI. They have criteria for what constitutes burn-in, and they will replace your panel if you meet that criteria. But I think you still have to like send them the panel first, and then they send you a replacement, which means I am out a monitor in the meantime. I don't really want to deal with that shit. What's the benefit of OLED? So a few things with OLED that set it apart from. So right now, the choices you have for monitors are basically you can either have the current LED technology, which is usually like mini LEDs, or you can have OLED panels. The way that LEDs, and well, at least in the context of HDR, which is what I'm most interested in. I received a monitor from Sony, the M9. I got that monitor like a year ago. I said yes to it because it was a 4K monitor, and I had not played on a 4K monitor. So I was like, ooh, 4K, that sounds lit. They're going to send me a free one if I do the campaign for it. So sure. I was impressed by 4K, but what really floored me was the HDR. From the, but like when I turned on WoW, like Windows 11 has auto HDR that it'll attempt to, if the game doesn't have built-in HDR, Windows will try to automatically create HDR for it. And HDR in WoW was like so much fucking better than non-HDR. I came into this expecting to be impressed by 4K, left being incredibly impressed by HDR instead. So now I want to only game in HDR from now on. And what separates LEDs from OLEDs is that OLEDs are essentially per pixel lighting. Each LED is its own light source, essentially. And so you can turn on and off each pixel on your display, which means that when you want to show something as being dark on an OLED display, when you want to convey blackness, you can literally just turn off the pixel. And with LED technology, you instead essentially have a bunch of light sources behind the monitor, or behind the panel. And then you have each of the pixels that shows the color. They change color depending on what image you're showing, but the brightness of them when you're doing like the HDR content, you still have a light source that is illuminating several pixels at the same time. So you get what's referred to as blooming, which means there will be a faint, depending on how big the light source is behind it, it'll be a faint sort of outline. Like the best way for me to notice it on my monitor is if I go to my desktop. How do I get to desktop on here? What's my show desktop button? I know there's a key command for show desktop, but I don't remember what the fuck it is. Somebody hit me with the Windows command for show desktop. Windows D. There we go. Okay. So, I keep a very clean desktop, by the way. We put virtually nothing on it except the recycle bin. This is my desktop. This is a really great image to demonstrate the drawbacks of an LED compared to an OLED, because on this black surface, I have my white mouse that moves around, and you can't see this because this isn't your monitor, but or maybe you can if you're using similar LED. But with mine, as I move it across, I can see a white sort of cloud behind the mouse, where my I have HDR turned on, and the monitor is trying to make the white mouse very bright. And in doing so, it's making the cursor very bright, but then there's like a bloom around it that follows it. So as I move my mouse around on my desktop, there's this like faint white cloud that travels with it. And would I notice that in a game like WoW? Probably not. But in a dark scene, where you're trying to show shadows, which doesn't happen very often in WoW, admittedly. But in a darker scene, that becomes a lot easier to notice. And so where OLEDs excel is in contrast, trying to show bright content against dark content next to each other. OLEDs are very good at that, very good at showing darkness, displaying darkness. You often refer to OLEDs as having inky blacks is the phrase they like to use. Inky blacks. Then this particular monitor that I'm buying, this OLED, one of the things I really like about it that is part of the OLED technology is it has a very good response time. So from the moment that you input something into your game, the monitor updates that very quickly. And that's a characteristic of OLED panels is that because of the way their pixel structure works, their pixels can update very quickly. They can move from one color to the next very fast, which is typically a characteristic that's valuable for competitive gaming. I mean, it matters for other reasons, but usually that'll be a monitor characteristic that is sought by people in competitive gaming because they want their monitor to be able to cleanly update their image quickly. And when things are moving around fast, it reduces some artifacts on the screen. So OLED's very good for HDR content, but some of it is, I mean, a lot of that emphasis is on dark things because mini LED technology can do a very good job with colors. It can make some very vibrant colors. In some ways, probably more vibrant colors than OLEDs can. If you were never looking at anything that was dark on your monitor, you might prefer mini LEDs. So some of this may be, I may get this OLED monitor hooked up and start playing around with it and go, man, why the fuck did I spend $1,000 on this? Part of the reason I'm more confident about this monitor is because of its other characteristics besides being an OLED panel. It is 4K like my current display, but it's also 240 hertz, whereas my current display is only 144 hertz. And for most stuff, 144 is probably fine, but I would like to be able to push it up to probably at least like 165, 170, and 240 is preferable. I feel like that future-proofs the monitor quite a bit more. I don't think within the lifespan of this monitor, I will have a system capable of pushing 240 FPS in 4K content within the next 5 years or whatever. I think we are quite a ways, unless there's some massive technological breakthrough in upscaler technology. I think it'll be pretty difficult to push 4K at 240 FPS anytime soon. So I think it'll be hard for me to improve upon this monitor for quite a while. But that still may not mean it was worth spending $1,000 on. Spent 1K, no regrets here. Yeah, I'm not worried that about whether or not the monitor will be impressive. I'm sure it will be. The issue is I already have a 4K mini LED monitor that, for the purposes of playing WoW, since I basically only use this machine to play WoW at the moment, will I notice a difference when I play WoW? And I can almost guarantee you the answer will be not $1,000 worth of difference. If I'm strictly interested in how WoW looks, I can almost guarantee this new monitor will not be enough for me to go, yep, it was worth $1,000 for the difference in the way WoW looks right now. Mostly I'm buying this because I would like the refresh rate increase, and because I would like to start playing some more single player games at night after WoW, like after I'm done with stream. And I think the OLED will be a lot more noticeable in those situations. Also, this is kind of a test run to see if I think OLED is like transformative for other content. Because if I hook up this OLED and I go, holy shit, this is incredible. This is life-changing shit right here. I might be willing to go drop a lot of money on a new TV that's an OLED. Because Shauna especially watches a lot of TV. And so on a price per time spent basis, we would get a lot of value out of a really nice TV. And we are currently using just a mini LED TV. But if I get this OLED and I play around with it a bit and I'm just like, man, this is so fucking sick for HDR content, it might convince me to pull the trigger on a better TV. Do I know Escape Plan? I'm not familiar with Escape Plan. I do know Abejo. I do know of Abejo. I've seen the name around. Recently got an LG OLED and it was fantastic, just under 2K. Yeah, that's like the I think the if this OLED monitor impresses the shit out of me, I think I would like to. We currently have a 65-inch Hisense TV. I would kind of like to try getting a 75-inch TV, just because of the distance we sit from the TV. I feel like 65 is just not enough. But yeah, I would like to maybe try to aim for like a 75-inch set that's like a year or two old. And if, you know, something that's like $1,500 to $1,800 maybe. You're fairly close to this, dude. Shauna does not appreciate the sacrifices you have to make for fucking TV watching. She wants the TV to be far away from us and then sit far away from it, and I'm like, that defeats the whole purpose of a 4K television. If you sit far away from it, you might as well watch shit in 720p. You can't tell the fucking difference. We need to sit closer to it. I need you to move the couch closer to the television. And she's like, but it makes the room look bad. And I'm like, I don't fucking care if the room looks bad. I care if the TV looks bad. He just left when you started a key. Plugin is a bitch, man. Function greater than form. What's it like? We don't even entertain that often, you know? Both Shauna and I are transplants to this area. We don't have a lot of local folks. It'd be one thing if we had people in and out of our house all the time that we were, you know, had company over. But, you know, the only people that really see the inside of our house are repair guys and our kids' friends. And I don't give a shit what our kids' friends think about the house. So, yeah, let's put the couch close to the TV. You have an OLED Alienware, and the only real difference is the nice blacks and the fast refresh, and WoW doesn't use a lot of blacks. Yeah, like I am fully prepared to put the OLED on and be like, I don't feel like anything changed, other than my refresh rate went up. In terms of the quality of WoW gameplay, I wouldn't be surprised if the OLED actually feels not much different than the mini LED. Imagine kids' friends walking in, insulting the TV, and just responding with, yeah, I beat Echo once in MDI. That's true. They'd probably understand, too. Actually, they'd probably be like, oh, yeah, but so did Mandatory. And then I'd be owned. We have to move the goalposts. Up until this past MDI, it was like, well, yeah, I'm the only team that's beaten Echo in grand finals. Now we can't say that. But it's an easy little switch to, I'm the only team that swept Echo. Have fun, by the way, topping that. And if it comes down to it, the ultimate trump card here is going to be, I'm the only team that beat Echo at LAN. No one's ever going to be able to top that because we're never going to do any WoW LAN events ever again. Ask for the best monitor list I posted a few days ago. Well, I don't remember exactly what list I posted, but most likely it's just whatever the fuck I pulled up at ratings, which is what I kind of use for my early reviews of or not reviews, but early selection process on monitors. I'll go to ratings and see how they've scored things, and then I'll use that to kind of narrow down to a few choices on monitors, and then from that list, I will start referencing it against other reviewers whose opinion I trust and see what they have to say about each of those monitors. Anyway, yeah, this kind of stream is the shit that pisses Shauna off. When I just sit around and talk about tech stuff, and she's like, "God damn it, why don't you do this on YouTube?" And I'm like, "I don't know, nobody fucking cares." And she's like, "Do you know how long advertisers search for gamers that do this kind of shit? Like gamers that just talk about tech? Do you know how hard they search for people that do that?" And I'm like, "No, I don't know how hard they search for people that do that." And she's like, "That's basically what they're always looking for. They just want somebody who's a gamer, who's got like their gamer bona fides, who can also speak intelligently about tech in general." And she's like, "Instead, you stream on stupid fucking Twitch and tweet, and nobody gives a fuck about those platforms." And I'm like, man. But yeah, I would like to get free shit. I am motivated by free shit. If people want to send me free shit to talk about it, yeah, I'll put some content up of your free shit. There's a dude I follow on YouTube, actually, who I think has got the best gig. His name is Boardsy, and he does mice and mouse pad reviews. And I swear to God, this dude, he must have over 1,000 mice at his place. Like, just, I think he gets a review copy of like every mouse that's ever been invented. And he'll just, you know, every time he does like a new YouTube video, he'll have like 7 different mice sitting on his desktop. And it would be annoying to receive review copies of things that either required installation time or were big and cumbersome. Like if every monitor manufacturer sent me a monitor to review when it came out, that would actually start to get annoying, because what the fuck am I going to do with like 30 monitors? You can't store them. They're fucking huge. You can't use them. You don't need them. You'd have to like start giving them away or something. And that's like its own annoying problem. So, not problem really, but it's not convenient. I gotta, you know, I essentially have to like dispose of them. Like I get one, I look at it, I say cool things about it, and then I gotta figure out how to move it on. But with mice, you could actually just accept like infinity mice and never have a problem with storing them. You could just have a bin that you throw every mouse into. You could be sent hundreds of them and they would never take up any room, any meaningful room. You could just have a massive collection of mice and it wouldn't be a bother at all. Gotta tape 1 chest hair to each item given away. Maybe I could do that for, well, if I was into the mice game, if I was just getting a bunch of mice, I would want to have somebody do a bunch of patches, like hairy patches with adhesive on them, and then on the body of each mouse, I would put a patch of like hairy material so that every time you rested your hand on it, you were like resting your hand on a hairy chest. And you would be reminded of me. You see what happens when it's not a push week? You see what kind of fucking degenerate shit we get into? Oh, by the way, I meant to ask. I didn't catch the last episode of I don't know why I segued into this, but what ultimately what was the deal with the Titanforge podcast shutting down? I know Trell said he got like a job and didn't really have time to play WoW, but was it just like time to wrap it up, or was there something more to it than that? That's pretty much it. All right. Didn't want to find a replacement. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, especially for Dratnos. Doing doing 2 podcasts in a week where you don't like step on the toes of each podcast has to be difficult. Dratnos said Tuttles want to continue. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I could definitely see it being like Dratnos saying like, "Look, man, it's already tough enough coming up with shit to talk about for one podcast about WoW, but if you have to come up with shit to talk about on 2 different podcasts and not just rehash the same stuff both times." Ugh. Bring back Warcraft. I actually cannot think of a lineup of people that is like less likely to come back together than Warcraft. I don't even know what happened to Alan. I think he just plays like GTA now. I don't remember the last time he logged into WoW. Rich is like still blacklisted from the internet. Although I did see a thing pop up recently that I think he was filing a lawsuit for defamation or something. He like it was like a very odd sequence of events for Rich, because he got accused of some pretty bad stuff, and the last thing he tweeted was something to the effect of like, I will give my side of the story, like I need to collect my thoughts, but I'm going to give my side of the story soon. And then he didn't tweet again, and that was like a year and a half ago or something. And then something came up, I think around the holidays, where there was a story that he had like filed a defamation suit. It was on Warcraft. It was Haunted, Rich, and Asmongold, with Haunted doing more of the producer side of it. I think he was more in charge of getting the podcast actually like hosted each week and sourcing guests and stuff. He contributed some to the show, but it was more of Rich and Asmongold talk to random guests each week. JB podcast would absolutely listen. Yeah. I need somebody else to run a podcast for me, basically. I recognize my limitations. I am way too lazy to actually find guests and come up with an agenda of what to talk about each week. Or not even every week. I would probably be too lazy to even do it every other week. So mostly I wouldn't be opposed to a podcast, but it would have to be somebody coming along saying, hey, I just need you to show up and fucking talk. At this date, you know, recurring thing on Wednesdays or whatever. I need you to show up and run your mouth for an hour. I'll find the guest, I'll pick the topics. You just shoot from the hip. And then I'd be like, all right. But anything more than that, and any communities to get started and pushing higher keys, you just have to network. I don't think there's any communities really anymore. There might be. That used to be a bigger thing in Mythic Plus, but I feel like these days, maybe it exists and I just haven't kept my ear to the ground. But it feels like you just have to network individually. Just whenever you get into a group, somebody that you liked playing with, add them to friends list. I feel like there used to be a lot more Discords and stuff for that kind of shit, but I'm not really aware of any of them right now that are used on a large scale. But yeah, the other thing with podcast content is if somebody pitched me on a podcast, they'd also have to pitch me on a sustainable format. Because it can't just be like, yo, we're just going to get on and we're just going to talk about random shit every week. Fuck no. I need somebody that has the ability to curate a set of topics, something to keep us focused. Every white dude under 40 has a podcast at this point. Yeah. I mean, podcasts are kind of like more palatable streaming, more digestible. And everybody's got to stream these days too. So except podcasts are even easier in some ways because it's less time consuming. If you're streaming, you're committing to whatever the fuck hours and hours and hours of this shit. You do podcasts once a week. It's a very interesting Kendrick remix. Get some wind instruments in here. Am I a roguelike or light fan? In concept, yes. In practice, I don't play mini games outside of WoW, but I do feel like that would be the kind of game that would be more likely to get the old brain spinning. Like, I had fun with Bellatra there for like a week. Admittedly, I put it down almost as fast as I picked it up. It was just one day, it was like, I don't think so anymore. No, Beebs. Don't know. Slay the Spire would be my shit. I keep seeing people talk about that. I don't even know what the concept is behind the game. I actually want to go back. I've been meaning to do this for a long time. I played Darkest Dungeon when it first came out, which was back in WoD, before I knew what a roguelike was. And I played Darkest Dungeon, and it beat my ass. And I didn't really understand why it was beating my ass. I didn't grasp at the time what the concepts of a roguelike were. So I remember just being like, what the fuck is wrong with this game, man? Like, why does this game feel like such a fucking pain in the ass every time I start it? Like, everything just goes wrong instantly. What am I supposed to fucking do? And I got pissed off at it because it just felt like the difficulty curve was insane. And I don't think I became generally aware of what a roguelike was until maybe a year or two later. And then with that context, all of a sudden Darkest Dungeon started making a lot more sense. And I would like to go back and now play it with a new frame of reference, but I've never gotten around to it. Yeah, that would be, I would like to go back and play that at some point. But yeah, I've heard enough about Slay the Spire. Maybe we give that a shot. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Shopping trip. Knock one out.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. What about Baldur's Gate 3? Have I played? Yeah. I made it, how far did I make it in Baldur's Gate 3? I stopped playing somewhere in Act 2. I don't remember why. Usually the answer when I stop playing a game is because WoW, a new WoW patch came out. That's usually why I stopped playing any game I was playing. I'll get bored because of a lull in WoW. I'll start playing a single player game to pass the time. Then a new patch will hit in WoW and I'll just completely drop that game. So I think I made it partway through Act 2 and then I think I quit. Done 20 minutes back to one. I haven't gone back. You don't understand how people enjoy so much? Well, I mean, I think you have to enjoy the narrative of the game. If the storyline doesn't hook you, then yeah, you're probably not going to be super enthralled by it. Also, you probably have to enjoy turn-based combat to some extent. I think everybody should enjoy turn-based combat. Some people don't. That's weird. You should see a doctor. Yeah, I got popcorn stuck in my teeth. Babe, when you finish, will you bring me a flosser? Thank you. What? At the game? Yeah. It happens. I think actually part of the reason I got... No, I wouldn't say I got bored with Baldur's Gate 3, but I think part of the reason I stopped playing it, I think I built all my characters to be overpowered, and then I think that got boring. Like, I found all the cheesiest builds. Like, hand crossbow, thief, and the barbarian build where you throw people things. What? Yeah, I'm gonna floss on stream, so what? Should do a Dark Urge playthrough? I did do a Dark Urge playthrough. Or that was the last one I was doing when I stopped. Alright. Much better. I think part of the problem is I didn't have a wizard in my party, and I feel like even if a wizard isn't as strong as other characters, I feel like you just gotta have one in there to, like, mix it up. I think wizard just adds a lot of depth to your combat decisions. They can be strong. Yeah, I'm not saying they suck, but even if they weren't good, I think playing a wizard just makes you think about stuff more than if you're playing like a fucking rogue where it's just like shoot them in the face, sneak, shoot them in the face again, sneak, shoot them in the face again. I actually didn't realize 10.2.6 was this week. I don't know why I was thinking it was the week after. I sort of hope there's not cool shit to do in 10.2.6 because I'm going to be pissed if the first week of 10.2.6 is a push week. And there's like something else that comes out that I want to be doing, but we're pushing all week. Is Fort Storm bursting? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know next week is a good push week. I'm going to be mad if 10.2.6 has like cool content in it and I'm wanting to push all week instead of doing that content. If they would have waited one more week, we would have had a long string of dog shit affix weeks where I could enjoy the content at my leisure. Because I'm pretty sure I looked on MDT, and I believe everything after next week sucks ass for a while. Next week is good, then it's maybe the worst week ever. Afflicted Bolstering Tyrannical, into fucking Incorp Sanguine Fort, into... oh, no, okay, so it's 2 weeks of bad affixes and then 2 weeks of good affixes. I guess I was thinking there was like 3 or 4 weeks of bad affixes, but no. So you've got one turbo shit week, or 2 turbo shit weeks actually. Afflicted Bolstering Tyrannical into Incorp Sanguine Fort. Then probably the last 2 push weeks of the season. Bursting, Entangling Tyrannical, and Volcanic Spiteful Fortified. Then I don't think we'll have another good push week for the remainder of the season after that. Maybe. I guess there's nothing that's going to make them push season 4 before like May. Maybe there'll be another decent week in there, but I think you're going to have a lot of people that treat this pair of weeks as their last chance. This Entangling Bursting Tyrannical into Fort Spiteful Volcanic. That's the last hurrah. Why make an affix that bans half the classes? I would say that's maybe the biggest failing of Afflicted is it's one thing to encourage you to bring classes that can deal with Afflicted. The problem with Afflicted is you can have 2 of them, and there's a chance that whoever is responsible for dispelling Afflicted can't or doesn't want to do a dispel at that particular point in time. So if your healer's doing Afflicted and they use their dispel on like a magic debuff, you know, let's say I'm doing Everbloom let's say I'm doing Everbloom and I just dispelled a Stinger, and now my dispel is on CD for like 6 seconds and 2 Afflicted pop out. Well, now you're starting to get to the point where like you may, even if you had somebody that was a designated dispeller, their CD may not be up in time, and you could have 2 Afflicted that need dispelled. So it's not just that the affix encourages you to bring a person that can deal with it. It's that you almost need to have your entire party filled with people that can deal with it. Because if you don't have redundancy built in, you're fucked. So it's not just like, oh, this will be a week where I bring somebody that can deal with Afflicted. It's like, I need to bring like 3 or 4 people that can deal with Afflicted. And that's a problem. But hopefully they Hopefully they take a long look at affixes before War Within. Please. The fuck am I listening to, by the way? What is this mix? Oh my god, I've been listening to this dog shit mix for 2.5 hours. I saw there's a post on Reddit, I think. Yeah. There's this post on Reddit talking about Mythic Raid lockouts. And it's a major accessibility issue for mid-core teams looking to dabble. And this is something I'd be curious to see how Blizzard feels about this. I don't know that they've ever explicitly addressed it. I know that we're getting in the War Within, we're getting the removal of the cross-realm lock, cross-realm restriction on Mythic Raids from day one instead of only after Hall of Fame. And that's a good first step. But to this post's point, a lot of the problem with Mythic raiding is that unlike normal or heroic or LFG, you get locked to the whole fucking raid with a group. And so you can't, if you're going to pug, you have to be prepared to pug everything with the same group, which would be an absolutely insane expectation for any other difficulty. If you impose that same limitation on heroic or normal or LFG, people would rightfully go fucking ape shit. That you're like, yeah, if you join a heroic raid, you better be prepared to do the whole thing, start to finish, with the same group. And if your group disbands, tough shit. I guess you're not doing heroic that week. Ian has said they like the friction. And so that's, yeah, like, I sort of understand the logic of if you make Mythic raiding easy to pug, then you tear at the fabric of guilds. Really, one of the last remaining reasons in World of Warcraft to be in a guild is to facilitate Mythic raiding. Or raiding really of any kind, but especially Mythic raiding. You don't make guilds for Mythic Plus content. Nobody does that shit. You just have a friends list. You don't make guilds for PvP. Some people have done that just to be cute, but you don't need to. You just have a friends list. Raiding is like the one form of content where you really need a guild to maintain your roster. And if you created a very convenient pugging experience and mythic content, you might spell the death of hundreds of guilds that were really only there because people felt that it was too annoying to pug a raid. And I don't know how I feel about that. On the one hand, you have to learn to do a boss at some point, and I'm not sure that I'd really want to sign up to like prog in a pug. That sounds kind of shitty. So in some ways I feel like guilds wouldn't go anywhere, because just because you could pug throughout a raid, you still have to learn the boss somewhere. Like, you still have to figure out how the mechanics work. And I don't think anybody's going to pug their way through that. Maybe the early, you know, maybe like a gnarl route, sure. Like, you were only going to spend 10 attempts on that shit in a mid-level guild anyway. So, yeah, if nobody knows what they're doing on day one of gnarl route, do you really give a shit? Nah, you might be willing to pug through that. Maybe Volcaros. But I feel like you're gonna want to have a set roster of people that you prog with anyway. So I think lifting that restriction of lockouts isn't really gonna put guilds in danger. That's only a thing that would matter, I feel like, after prog is done. I don't think it threatens the stability of guilds, but it definitely makes pugging Mythic after prog is done an enormous pain in the ass. Because if you're constantly scared that any group you join in Mythic is going to fall apart, you're never going to want to pug unless you know it's a sure thing that you're going to get, you know, unless it's like a pre-built group of players that are going to go in and you're like, all right, we're doing like a 4-boss clear today. Sign up if you want to come. And you just know everybody signing up is experienced and blah, blah, blah. But unless you're comfortable only doing like 2 bosses in a raid, you're never going to want to try pugging this shit, because you'll be terrified that the guild will do 1 boss and then disband. And that's really stupid, I feel like. I don't think that's a good system. And yeah, this post actually probably raises an even better point than what I made, which is they're talking about having a Mythic raid group that has some amount more than probably 10 but less than 20 people that are consistent every week, but they have to pug a few people, some people. And they say they don't have a problem with that, as we were all pugs that were picked up. You know, they recognize how the system works. But it seems Blizzard has a problem with it. And the Mythic lockout means that anybody who wants to pug with us on Nimue on day 2 and 3 of the raid schedule simply can't have raided Mythic that week. And so my frustration with it is simply I'd be afraid to pug into any group, because I'd be afraid we'd do 1 boss and get locked out. But they're saying they're not even trying to form like full fucking pugs. They just need to find some ringers each week. But doing that is exceptionally difficult with the way the lockouts work. And there's probably a lot of people that would be more than willing to jump into a group for 1 or 2 bosses. They'd be okay with that role. And I think you could maybe even make an argument that this kind of interaction, where a group of like 15 that needs to pug 5 spots, rather than viewing pugging as an opportunity for that guild to break up, rather than removing the lockout, being like, oh man, what if removing the lockout means these guys don't even feel the pressure to stay together anymore? What if they disperse? Instead, it would be like, what if this creates opportunities for the 5 pugs? Maybe this creates more opportunities for stickiness, where you've got that 15-person squad, but you just can't, for whatever reason, lock in the last 5 people, and you keep rotating through, but eventually you find somebody that you vibe with, and then another one, and all of a sudden we're at 20 people, which would not have been possible with the current lockout system, because people aren't even going to sign up for that. Unless they know they can get all the bosses they need, they're not going to sign up for just one at a time. So I actually think this is... I could sort of understand the arguments in favor of it, but I don't think they're good, and I don't think there's many of them. And I think the arguments on the other side of the issue are more and better, that lockouts should go away. And I guess mostly I would love to see Blizzard just try different shit more often. Try removing the lockout for a tier. See what fucking happens. What's the worst thing that happens if you remove the lockout? It's not like you're going to do untold damage to World of Warcraft and everyone's going to quit the game. Just try some of that shit for a tier. See what happens. If it's bad, whatever. Stop doing it. If it's good, sick. But it's one of the things that, I think most people look back at Season 4 Shadowlands as a season where Blizzard tried a bunch of stuff, and a lot of it was, I think, well received. And the biggest tragedy, I think, from that season was that they didn't carry all of it forward. That they tried a bunch of stuff. Some of it was good, and they just were like, well, okay, that was a fun experiment, and then they just left it all in Season 4. And it was like, no, you didn't have to do that. You absolutely could bring Dinars into the next expansion. That was actually a really good idea, and I think everybody liked it. But like, worst case, you try it for a season, you don't like it, and just ditch it. But I wish they would try more of that shit where you just shake it up. You know, this game's 20 years old. Like, it definitely has not been growing, at least in retail. Like, to the extent that WoW has, I think, grown its player base at all, it's by shunting players off into Classic and SOD and having different silos that you can enjoy your style of WoW in. But on retail, like, it's not like this formula's fucking insane. It's not like the game is just, it's not like every expansion people are just like, oh man, they did it again. This expansion's even fucking crazier than the last one. Holy fuck, how do they keep doing it? You know, it feels like every expansion people are like, holy fuck, this expansion is even worse than the last one. This is dog shit. I thought Shadowlands was bad, but Dragonflight makes me wish for Shadowlands. And I thought BFA was dog shit, but Shadowlands made me wish for BFA. And it's just like, just mix it up. Just try shit. Do I think they should introduce all the new dungeons in Season 1 of War Within versus how they split it in this six-pack? I don't know. This is one of those topics where I know that my personal opinion differs from probably the average opinion. I personally enjoyed the expansions where we had the same dungeons the whole time. I did not really ever get sick of dungeons. I might have gotten sick of like one or two specific dungeons. Like they couldn't have gotten rid of Siege Borealis fast enough. But in terms of the dungeon pool, I don't mind playing the same 8, 9, 10 dungeons throughout an expansion. I think enough things change season to season that's the variety that I need. You know, like you could run Plaguefall in season 1, season 2, and season 3, and it could feel distinctly different each time just by other things. You know, like which classes were you bringing? Which classes were meta? What trinkets was everybody playing? What covenants were people running? What tier sets was everybody using? And I feel like there's enough variety from season to season outside of the dungeon. The things that change with the variables involved with an entire dungeon run, I think change enough from season to season that even if the dungeon stays the same, enough other things are different that it feels fresh, or fresh enough for me. And I don't have a problem with them just having, like, at the start of the expansion, here's the dungeons. You'll be playing these for the rest of the expansion. I don't have a problem with that. I, however, recognize there's a sizable, maybe even a majority of the population that does not like, or at least would prefer to get new dungeons each season and mix it up. So that is one of those topics where, personally, I would probably prefer to just have the same dungeon set throughout the expansion or with minimal changes. But I recognize that that's just a preference. I don't have like an objective that it's better because type reason for that. It's just my preference. For next season, is it worth to stay dwarf or switch night elf? I don't know. Definitely night elf has been heavily incentivized this season. I don't think it will be that way. I think this is maybe the best dungeon pool we've ever had for night elf, with the number of mechanics you can avoid. I think there's also many fewer mechanics in this dungeon pool that benefit from being dwarf. My suspicion is next season dwarf will go back to being very popular. If we look at the Dragonflight dungeon, assuming it is the Dragonflight dungeons, I don't know if you can meld any of this shit. I don't think there's anything you can meld in here. Although I also don't know if there's anything you can dwarf, unless you're the tank. Like, a tank could maybe use dwarf for like bleeds and shit in here. I don't know that the players. Avec, thank you for the resub, babe. 5 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. So Academy, I'm not sure. Brackenhide, you can dwarf. I actually don't remember what all in here you can dwarf. There's like the the bleed. If you accidentally step into the trap, you can dwarf here. Some of the trash has shit you can dwarf. First boss you can do. Oh yeah, the bleed. I always forget this is a bleed. I actually ran dwarf in this dungeon for a long time and did not use bleed because I just forgot that did not use dwarf because I forgot that I could. But yeah, you can get rid of the gash frenzy in here. So this is definitely a good dwarf dungeon. I don't know that night elf has any value in here. Halls. Theoretically, you could dwarf the first boss debuff, but you probably wouldn't want to. This dude's got poisons. I don't know how good of a dwarf that would be. I don't think dwarf really does anything in here, but neither does Nelf, I don't think. And then this guy, I don't think matters either way. Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely a sick dwarf dungeon, Oldemon. I don't know. I don't remember feeling like when I played Night Elf in Season 1 that Night Elf was doing a whole lot for me. Whereas I felt like Dwarf did a decent bit for me when I was playing it on Paladin last season. Seems like Nelf was just insane for the season. I think that's most... historically, I don't think Night Elf has been nearly the impactful racial that it has been this season. It feels like every dungeon there's like some boss mechanic that you can avoid by having Night Elf, which is unusual. It's like massive for Blight. It's really big for a Ridicron. You can use it to avoid an axe on battlefield, but that's not huge. I'd say it's definitely not super useful in Rise, but very big. It's maybe the most important like any racial's ever been for a dungeon in Fall. It negates two of the most dangerous mechanics on these two bosses. It's nice on Razan. I mean, it's a DPS gain. It doesn't really make the fight easier, per se. It's nice to not get rotten expulsions on Raw. I think that's about it in here. You can technically Nelf Sisters, but they just recast it on somebody else. It's pretty big for last boss BRH to be able to get the debuff out before you take the AoE. Other than that, let's see. In here, it is good for negating mechanics on Shade. You can cancel Nightmare Bolt and Feed on the Weak. Not really useful in here at all. I guess you could like stop one spellcast on yourself from protectors if you knew you couldn't get a kick for it. I don't think it's that useful in here either. Dwarf would actually be like really nice in here for the debuff. This might be like the best dwarf boss of this season. For Azure, it's good to skip and snap. Somebody was telling me, and I haven't checked, somebody was telling me they added kill zones in the skip spots of that dungeon. They didn't specify what exactly that meant, but it sounded like they have made it so that the spots you would try to jump down, I guess, just kill you now. Yeah, I always feel like that's kind of a pathetic solution. Oh, so you built this dungeon with all these levels in it. The natural inclination for players is to try to jump, use their, you know, movement abilities to traverse the levels without the RP stuff. And your solution is to just kill them. How about this? How about next time you don't waste some motherfucker's time at Blizzard creating a whole bunch of different levels in a dungeon that you have to use a teleporter to get through? How about you just make a fucking normal dungeon and we save everybody's time. Robin, thank you for the host. Is this why I'm being spammed? Would I rather piss in the sink or sink in the piss? What kind of a question? Who the fuck pees in the sink? What kind of monster? For sure, I'd rather drown in piss. Could you imagine if somebody walked in on you doing that? Like, if you drown in piss, it would be unfortunate, but like, you know, you've not violated any social mores. Like, people would grieve your death. They'd be like, well, what a tragedy. He drowned in piss. Like, it's awful, but it could have happened to any of us. And at least he went out, you know, like a gentleman, like a sir. Or you could be pissing in a sink, somebody walks in and you're just like, you're done. You're canceled forever. This guy pisses in sinks. Like, you never recover from that. They make locks on doors? Yeah, but, I mean, sinks produce a sort of distinct noise relative to, like, other... Like, if you're peeing in the toilet, okay, cool. You hear the water splashing, whatever. If I'm pissing on a sink in my bathroom, it's going to sound different. And if somebody's within earshot, they're going to... Hey, man, that doesn't sound right. Oh, are you pissing in the sink? And what am I going to... I'm like mid piss. I'm not going to be able to just be like, no, it's not. That's not definitely not happening right now. Turn the water on. I can't imagine a more dead giveaway. Of me pissing in the sink than turning on the water when I walk in the bathroom. In fact, I think from now on, if I see a dude walk into a bathroom and I immediately hear the faucet turn on, I'm going to be like, I'm going to walk up to the door and be like, I know what you're doing. You think I don't, but we both know your dick's not near the toilet right now. Jonesing, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it. And welcome to the jdotbabes. How can I turn this into a 5-minute discussion? Oh, we could probably go for longer than that. Yep. This is the craft you have to work on when you're doing Race to World first casting. Cause like pull 275 on a Shara. I've got nothing left to say about this boss. We've talked about it. The mechanics have been discussed to death. Nobody's made a comp change in 5 days. So when Twitch chat's like, would you rather piss in the sink or sink in the piss? It's like, oh, thank God. That was one of the toughest Race to World First streams I ever did. Was when we were at the Take TV studio in, was that Nyalotha or was that Eternal Palace? I don't remember. It was either Nyalotha or Eternal Palace, and the way that Method did their streaming or their casting rotation, they got better at this, but early on in their production, they would just rotate all the casters to like make it fair for everybody. You had to cast at like all hours of the day, so there wasn't a preference. So you would have like one shift where you were casting at like 3 in the morning, and then another one where you're casting at like 10 a.m., and then another one where you're casting at like 4 p.m. You just be all over the place. So your days and your nights were just turbo fucked. And there was one day where I finished up a shift, and it was a day where my shift started at like noon, and I was on for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I had a break, and then I was on again at like 10. And so I casted in the afternoon, then we finished it, then I started drinking because I got bored. I didn't want to go back to the hotel. I started drinking. I didn't think I drank that much, but I hadn't had anything to eat that day. So I started drinking. Didn't think I drank that much. Got up to go get on the couch for my shift and realized like I was kind of fucked. Like I was kind of shit-faced. And we had to do like a 3 or 4 hour cast where I had to pretend like I wasn't drunk, but I was clearly drunk. And I was really worried that, because like Scott was, Scott was there. I was worried that Scott was going to realize I was drunk on the couch. And I remember somebody ordered us pizzas. Somebody in chat ordered us pizzas, and the pizzas showed up. And I remember just like sinking into the couch, trying to eat pizza and like shut the fuck up, like pretend like I was busy eating pizza, not being drunk, but it was obvious that I was drunk. And it was one of those things where you sound even drunker when you're drunk, and you're trying not to sound drunk because you start measuring all your words really carefully. You're trying not to sound drunk, but in doing so, you're like thinking about everything you say as you say it. And did Scott find out? I don't know. He never said anything. He may have realized. I was never quite sure how in tune with the broadcast he was when he was, he was actively raiding. So I'm not sure how much he was just like, I don't fucking care. Don't, whatever. Don't talk to me during the race. I got other shit I got to deal with. But it never came up. Scott knew we were drunk and ordered pizza. That would have been a bro move. He ordered us a lot of pizza, too. I do kind of miss casting at Take TV. That was a fun venue because they had a bar in the studio area. That's the alcoholism talking. Well, most of the time we didn't actually get to use the bar. But one of the things we did figure out, a cultural difference between Germany and the United States, is at the local supermarket, they had an entire back room dedicated to alcohol, which isn't necessarily uncommon, but they also had mini kegs. And when I discovered this, I was like, oh shit. They were actually insanely cheap. relative to buying like bottles or cans if you just bought this little, I don't remember exactly how big it was. It was like a gallon keg or something. If you just bought this keg, you could get like way more beer for way cheaper. And so when I discovered that, we just like grabbed a couple of them under our arms and carried it back to the studio and put them in the fridge. And then throughout the day, I was just filling up from. We have mini kegs in the US? Yeah, but you don't have them at grocery stores. You don't just have them like in the aisle. And these weren't even like refillable mini kegs. They were intended to be like a one use, I think, and you pitch them or something. Maybe you take them back. I don't remember I don't think we did, but anyway, yeah, that was what got me so fucked up, is because it was so convenient. It was I just kept going back to the fridge and filling back up. They had the tap like pre-installed. And so we just had them in the fridge, and I just walk up and fill up and drink, and I think I was in there doing dailies or something. I just kept going back and refilling and drinking and refilling and drinking, and then by the time it was time to get on the couch, I was like, wow, fuck, I went through one of those, didn't I? Gamer, thank you for the resub, babe. 21 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the jdotbabes. Maple syrup on bacon pizza. Thoughts? Yeah, I could see it. Am I a professional yapper? Some days, yeah. Some days, yeah. I definitely don't. This is I'm not going to call it like a stream persona. It's not like a persona, but I definitely don't talk this much in real life. That's definitely a stream thing. I can talk this much in real life, but I don't generally have occasion to do it. So this amount of yapping is definitely a learned behavior for stream. That right there is a spectrum tendency. What the fuck is a spectrum tendency? I mean, I could probably guess what a spectrum tendency is, but like, is there a more formal definition? All right, well, I'm just a sit back and chill kind of dude. For the most, I mean, I can definitely get excitable in real life and talk about stuff more, but it's uncommon. Different social behaviors and different social media. There's no way that acting different in different occasions is autistic. I feel like autism would be the opposite of that. Acting the same way all the fucking time, no matter what the social situation is. Why so defensive? It's not even like I'll be the first to admit I've had times where I've been like, hey, am I on the spectrum? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I've ever been formally tested for it, but it's not that I would be afraid of being diagnosed as autistic. It's just that seems like such a completely made up thing to ascribe to autism. Like, oh yeah, you act differently in different social situations. Disagreeing on the symptoms of autism is a sign of autism. Well, that's a good gotcha. Thinking that you're not autistic is actually a classic sign of autism. So have fun with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely was I mean, I was in gifted as a kid. I feel like that probably came with a complimentary autism test at the same time, right? There's no way you're doing tests to find out if your kid is gifted and you're not also testing them to find out if they're autistic. Gifted is a bullshit program as a gifted teacher. I was actually thinking about this the other day. The number of kids that were in my gifted class with me that went on to do anything with their life is pretty small. I don't know that of my class. Actually, now that I think about it, the funny part is it was me and one other guy from my gifted class that went on to, I think, any kind of doctoral degree. I had the law degree and another guy had the medical degree. He became a doctor. And we were two of the laziest motherfuckers in that gifted program. We did like some of the least amount of work. I don't know why. Actually, now I think about it, it's like really weird that he and I were the two that went on to that. But yeah, a lot of those dudes like barely graduated high school and shit. Ever try a case in court? No, I never even sat for the bar. I knew I didn't want to be a lawyer halfway through law school, but by that point, it's kind of like running half of a marathon and then being like, you know, I don't really care whether or not I finish this marathon, but I mean, you've already run half of a fucking marathon. Finish it and then find out whether you give a shit later. What kind of jobs I do before streaming? Let's see. What all jobs have I only had one job between graduating from law school and streaming, which I worked as a contract administrator for an insurance company. I negotiated contracts, business to business contracts with insurance companies that we handled their policies. Prior to that, let's see, what all jobs have I had in my life? I was a dishwasher at a retirement home, and then a dishwasher at a different retirement home. And then I did something with mortgage records in a bank basement. That job was so depressing. And then I worked as a legal intern one summer. And I feel like I'm forgetting one in there. Oh, I was a research assistant for a while. I think that's all of them. Business to business better than business to customer? Yeah, I don't know. People get really worked up about contracts that ultimately don't matter at all. And then I found myself disliking both my coworkers and the people that worked at the other company. Like, the people at my company would start getting frustrated and being like, man, the people at the other company are kind of pieces of shit. And inside I'm like, you're kind of a piece of shit too. Like, let's be real. You're doing the exact same thing they're doing. You're doing it in this company instead of that company. Yep, I was very happy to be done with that job. That was my first real big boy job, and I guess really only big boy job. And within 6 months of working there, I had essentially come to the conclusion that I was never going to be happy with any job I had. Therefore, the best course of action was to simply save as much money as I could so that I could retire as fast as possible. And I was aggressively stashing money into my 401k and Roth IRA. And I had calculated that if I continued earning roughly what I was earning for 10 years and then had a sort of minimalist lifestyle for the rest of my life, I could probably retire by age 40. Honestly, right about now would have been where I was trying to exit the workforce. And then I would have built enough of a nest egg that with a conservative withdrawal rate and a market that didn't ass fuck me, I could probably live off of that nest egg in perpetuity. Maybe we'd have to go a little lean some years. But I could basically just chill for the rest of my life. Go get like a little fucking bungalow somewhere. And as long as we attempted to do nothing with our life, really, just exist, we could live off that nest egg forever. And that's what my life goal had become prior to streaming, was like, let's just see how far we can make it in life by going into more or less hibernation and trying to spend like zero money. Min-maxing IRL? Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I I've talked about the broccoli, beans, and spinach diet that I was on, and that diet was constructed under that mindset, where I came up with a spreadsheet of the macronutrients that I wanted each day, and then which sources of food I could get those macronutrients from for as cheap as possible. And so I put together some shit that I felt covered all my dietary needs. And when I calculated it out, I could get 1,800 calories a day from this for $2.74. And I didn't mind it. It was actually kind of good. That's the deal? Yeah. I actually impressed myself with that one. I thought I did the math wrong the first few times. I was like, I must have fucked a field up somewhere. But then I kind of did it by hand, and I was like, no, it's actually like $2.74. That's kind of lit. I don't think you guys understand how much that job sucked. I was going through it back then. I was like, this job's fucking I am not doing this for another like 40 years. I will do whatever I have to quit this job and do nothing else. I don't care what. I like, you know, you can entertain yourself for pretty cheap. If you've got a computer and internet connection, you can find something to do every day. It sounds super depressing. Maybe. I don't think I was depressed. I wasn't sad about any of this. It was just I felt like kind of a clinical assessment of what I wanted from life. I didn't want to work because work sucked. I didn't mind, like I was plenty able to find stuff to do every day, you know, listen to music, go on walks, watch TV, read books, shit like that. I occupied my days and nights, and I had fun doing it. Like now I will say, when I look back on that time in my life, probably the most notable part of it is how much it all just blends together in a way that's hard for me. I was doing that more or less. I had not saved up. By the time I ultimately got fired from this job for giving too little of a shit, I had not saved up enough money to pull off this concept, but I had saved up enough money that I could probably do this for like 10 or 15 years before I needed to find another job. And so I was just kind of floating until life made me change. And I managed to do this level of existence for, I think it ended up being like, let's see, I got fired in, I think, 2013, and I think I started streaming in 2018. So I think there was like 4 years there where I was living with my dad and just doing this bare minimal existence thing. And even knowing I did it for 4 years, I almost can't believe that was 4 years of my life, because there's nothing that stands out from it. I can remember certain parts of it. I can remember some things I did during that time, but it's just basically this monolithic block of time in my life where for 4 years, every day was the same as the other one. And nothing really stands out. There were no major life events that occurred there that helped me landmark my early 30s, late 20s, early 30s. but I wouldn't say that I regret that or that I was not enjoying life. Like from day to day, I was perfectly content. What I do for a living, I hated it so much. I was a contract administrator for an insurance firm. A friend from school also planned on being set for life in his 40s. Now he has to pay off a home and raise 2 kids. I mean, I kind of find myself in that same situation. But I got a job first with streaming. But yeah, certainly the lifestyle I was intending to lead would have required like no responsibilities at all. It would have been just me. Like I'm responsible for just myself and nobody, nothing else. Would I eat the same stuff every day for the rest of my life? Yeah. I don't even mind that. I think people make too big a deal out of eating different shit every day. That feels like a very first worldy thing. I actually didn't mind eating the same thing every day, and I suspect there's a lot of people around the world that eat the same fucking thing every day, and they don't have a problem with that at all. It's not even a thing that they're like sad about. That's just what you do. You have access to a limited amount of food options, and you eat the same shit all the time. Done it from us, but I'll miss other food. I mean, I did that diet, that beans, broccoli, spinach thing. I ate that for years. Because that was basically my diet all the way through when I lived in Kansas City, which was like a year and a half. And on either side of living in Kansas City, I remember eating that. I didn't stop doing it until I moved in with Shauna. So I bet I did it for at least 2 years. Beans, broccoli, spinach, basically every day. Unless there was a day where I was like going out to grab food with like a friend or my parents or something. You know, maybe a few times a month we'd go out to grab a meal. But any day I was eating at home, which was most days, it was broccoli, beans, spinach bowl. What would I eat today? Well, for breakfast lately, I've been doing yogurt and blueberries. Then we snacked a bit this afternoon with this peanut butter bar thing that Shauna bought. It's like an oat peanut butter bar. And what was the other thing I ate? Oh, Shauna eats like vegan bites. Like oatmeal vegan bites. There was one left, so I ate that. But yeah, I didn't mind eating the same shit all the time. To me the trick with that is because I do intermittent fasting, not as much as I used to. I've expanded it a bit, but when I was eating like that, like I probably still would be doing stricter intermittent fasting, but when you have kids, it's harder to have your own schedules for things. You just, I don't know, you make a lot of compromises with that kind of stuff. But when I was living on my own, I think I would eat when I got up, which would probably be, I don't know, like 9 or 10 in the morning. And I'd probably be done eating by like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So probably like a 6-hour window. But the thing is, if you don't eat for 18 hours in a row, Just about anything sounds good after 18 hours of not eating. Every day that I ate that broccoli bean spinach bowl, I would sit down in front of it and go, God damn, I'm hungry. I am ready to fuck this thing up. Did intermittent fasting before it was cool? I would say this was at the point where intermittent fasting was just starting to enter the sort of... It definitely wasn't like a fucking movement yet, but it was being talked about in nutrition circles. The research was starting to come out on it. But it was still very much a thing I only saw referred to like on Reddit. Have I been spending more since streaming or still trying to remain frugal? Well, I remain pretty frugal. But Shauna handles most of our finances and she is less frugal than I am. But it's a good pairing in that sense. And it's very similar to my parents, where my mom loves spending money. Not like in a toxic way, but she was more than happy to spend money that she thought was like saw as disposable, and my dad would try every fucking thing he could not to. Shauna and I are more like that, where she's much more likely to spend money than I am, but I would also probably miss out on things in life with the way that I treat money. I will admit that my relationship with money is probably not, I don't know about healthy, but definitely not normal. And having somebody that pushes me to spend more on more things is good for me. Does she have to approve the OLED monitor purchase? No, the problem is she wouldn't give a shit about whether or not I purchased an OLED. She'd probably gas me up to do it. I'd be like, I'm thinking about dropping $1,000 on an OLED. And she'd be like, yes, you deserve it. And I'd be like, no, you have to say no. Yeah, I can't bounce purchasing decisions off of her because she'll say yes every time. Done weeklies yet? I think I completed one dungeon today. I have been playing 3 days this week, and I have so far timed a dungeon. Not even timed, just finished. I have finished a dungeon, like apparently one dungeon per day. Alts? No, I've basically stopped playing alts. I've become incredibly apathetic to my vaults this tier. Excuse me, this tier. I have been so unlucky with tertiaries that I've lost really any desire to. I have had so many weeks in a row where my vault has contained nothing that I care about that I have I've lost all motivation to continue doing weeklies. I don't think my Druid has received a single tertiary item from the vault. I don't know how many weeks we are into the season. It's got to be at least like 15 or something, like 15 vaults. And I don't think there's been a single piece in here. Every 489 piece I have that has a tertiary on it, I think I purchased. We had the avoidance helm that I bought. It's a 483 cloak, 43 bracers. Purchase this belt. 483 ring. Yeah. I have no 489 tertiary that I didn't buy. And when you open that many vaults and you see no tertiary, it's like, why the fuck am I doing this? What is the point? Do druids not take leech legs? I actually have those, but I stopped using them because I wanted to start using the verse chest for my embellishment instead of the leech legs. What do I think is happening in patch 10.2.6? I'm glad you asked. I think we're going to see the return of Zul'jin. I have a presentation prepared, if you'd like to hear it. Okay, excellent. All right, so a few days ago, we received a tweet from the World of Warcraft account. They said they were doing a developer update. Now, in what was maybe the briefest developer update of all time, the official Warcraft account tweeted out a picture. You thought streamers were told what it is? They don't tell me shit. Okay? There's the Towlies and Maxes of the world, and then there's me. Those guys are on good terms with people at Blizzard, and Blizzard tells them things. Blizzard flips me off when they see me. All right, so we have a tweet. Now, leading up to 10.2.6, Blizzard had used pirate flag imagery several times, like emotes and whatnot. But we got our very first like asset today, or that day when they did the developer update. This flag. Now, this flag is distinctive because it only has one sword. And when I saw that the first time, I remember it striking me and being like, there's something odd about that. But it wasn't until a day later that I thought about it and was like, you know, it's kind of weird that they only use one sword. And I was like, I'm going to check. If I Google pirate flag and I look at images, do I see any pirate flag where there's only one, in this case, skull, or one bone or sword? It could be either. But you'll note that when people talk about pirate flags, they refer to it as crossbones. And cross meaning two. And so I was like, it must be a pretty intentional decision to only use one sword there. Because in no other pirate flag do you see one bone or one sword. It's all universally two things crossing. So I was like, okay, one sword. Well, if you only have one sword, what does that mean? And the first thing that came to mind was, well, maybe the person wielding the sword only has one arm, one hand. And I started thinking like, okay, well, who has one arm in the Warcraft universe? And one name stands out. Zul'jin. So I think to myself, Zul'jin has one arm. That's interesting. And as I'm pondering that, I notice the skull also has an eye patch. And I was like, huh, an eye patch. Why would you wear an eye patch? If you're missing an eye. Is Zul'jin missing an eye? By God, he is. And what's more, I thought to myself, I wonder which eye Zul'jin is missing. And so I looked it up. And you'll notice come on, zoom in more. You'll notice he's missing his right eye. So, anyway, I'm speculating about all this. I'm like, okay, Zul'jin. Okay, so I've got a suspect in mind, but what's Zul'jin been up to? I don't even remember the last time I heard about Zul'jin. Seems like an odd thing to bring him back. You know, just for no reason. So I Googled him to see when was the last time we heard about Zul'jin. And as it turns out, and I think maybe I actually knew this and just kind of forgotten, Zul'jin made an appearance in Shadowlands. He was trapped in Halls of Atonement. And Zul'jin, let's find the thing on him. So the last we had heard from Zul'jin was that he shows up as a wrathful soul in Revendreth. Now he's not officially called Zul'jin. If you mouse over this character, he's not called Zul'jin, but he's missing an eye, he's missing an arm, and he's a troll. So seems rather obvious we're dealing with Zul'jin here. And so he's in a hidden crypt in the northwestern part of Halls of Atonement, carrying his sin stone and reminiscing about how elves killed him. And you can go look at him or whatever. And so what we have is Zul'jin in Halls of Atonement, and no official word on really what happened from anybody or what happened to anybody who was still in Shadowlands at the time that we ended that expansion. I think there's just kind of a big question mark about what the residents of Shadowland got up to after we moved on from that expansion. I think it is entirely plausible that our man Zul'jin figured a way out of Revendreth, out of Halls of Atonement, after we concluded our time in Shadowlands, and has figured out a way to get back to the world of the living. And so at this point, still kind of pondering Zul'jin, reading up about him. And I happened to get to, let's see, where's this? Yeah, okay. So as I'm reading through this article, I get to the notes and trivia part, and we're reading through, and I'm just kind of catching up on Zul'jin lore. And a note that I found particularly interesting was the one here that says Zul'jin is voiced by Chris Metzen. Now that part I found particularly salient because Chris Metzen has recently rejoined Blizzard. And there's another character that was famously voiced by Chris Metzen in the Warcraft universe. And that character was none other than Thrall himself. And I don't know if you guys remember what's been going on with Thrall, but he had a notable disappearance from the World of Warcraft storyline for many years, which just so happened to kind of coincide with Chris Metzen's absence from the company. And wouldn't you know it, when Chris Metzen returns to Blizzard, we immediately get Thrall in a cinematic for the next expansion. Now, if they brought back one character because their voice actor returned, it would sort of make sense if we got Zul'jin coming back too. I mean, shit. Chris Messon's got a penchant for doing the Warcraft voices, and we should take advantage of that. So not only are we getting back Thrall, we also get back Zul'jin. So anyway, all this culminates into my pet theory that 1026 heralds the return of Zul'jin, and he is back to take what is rightfully the Trolls in the name of the Amani Empire. And I think it will act as a good foil. You know, the most recent thing that has happened to the Warcraft universe is that we restored Emir Drasil and gifted it to the Night Elves. And if there's one dude in the world that's going to take issue with good things happening to the Night Elves, it's going to be Zul'jin. He's going to roll up and be like, nah, fuck that. Peroshki, thank you for the resub, babe. 3 months. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your new blue Ultra Babe sub icon. Thank you for your continued inclusion in the J.Babes. Zul'jin hates Blood Elves, not Night Elves? Okay. Well, maybe that's not the thing he does. Maybe he doesn't roll up and hate Night Elves.
Hey,
What?
The hatred of the trolls goes back to like the High Elves. Really like gonna take this far. Like things that went on in like Zul'Aman and everything were also like way attached to
Sean is also cooking now.
Windrunners and like so, yes, but there's like hundreds of
Also getting the Troll Heritage Armor questline? Yeah, oh yeah, that was another detail. As I was kind of looking through this, I was like, interesting that we get the Troll Heritage Armor event coming up here.
She's gonna be a troll again. I tell you.
Who?
I tell you, you're Druid.
Oh, no, that's definitely not going to happen. Will Sylvanas ever come back? No, and I'm actually wondering if, again, we're getting to the point of this speculation that I can no longer even, like, fucking pretend is based on anything other than pure rampant speculation. But the name of the next expansion is War Within. We have a rather notable void in the leadership of the Horde at the moment. And wouldn't it be kind of interesting if Zul'jin showed back up and was basically like, hey, the Horde looks like it's run by nobody at all right now. I'm going to take this shit over. You guys, like, I'm going to become the new war chief. I'm going to run this shit. And we're going to take back what's rightfully the Trolls. The War Within refers to the Azeroth Titan. Sure, but it could have a meaning on multiple levels, you know? It could mean multiple things contextually. This could be like an onion. Wasn't the Horde going to stay as a war council? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zul'jin's he's going to roll up and be like, that's some weak shit. You guys are going to rule as a council? I think not. I think I'm going to take this shit from you. Didn't the Horde agree to pull away from the war chief? Yeah, it's not going to be the Horde's decision. It's going to be Zul'jin's decision. He's going to show up with his... the other thing that we were looking at a bit earlier on stream, I'm not entirely sure the pirate flag theme here. I mean, Blizzard has said no pirates. That was in reference to the next expansion, but I also feel like it would be... I don't know, like... kind of dumb if they were like, no pirates, and then they're like, oh, we didn't say no pirates in 10.2.6. I feel like they mean no pirates. So I feel like this is like a flag that's supposed to resemble a pirate flag, but not actually a pirate flag. Warband? Ah, interesting. Perhaps we get the first sort of lore entry for warbands here. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe Zul'jin shows up with his warband. This establishes the precedent that we use for War Within. Zul'jin shows up with his warband. Everyone's like, that's actually really sick. I'm going to do that too. Where's the background location? So we did some research on this. This flag is the Irontide flag. And this appears to be Freehold. It's got the same, like the trees look the same as they look in whatever that zone's called that Freehold's in. It is very much a Freehold reference. Yeah, Tiergard, that's the one. Click the alt text. A mysterious image of a recolored WoW icon with a black tattered flag above it with a glowing skull and saber and text below that reads, begins March 19th. The W on the WoW icon is a faded version of the original golden version, with the globe and rings behind tinted to be a deep shade of blue. The saber on the flag sits diagonally behind the skull, which appears to have a patch over one eye. The skull and saber, as well as the text below, have a subtle blue glow around, with a very blurry view of a crude settlement behind. But yeah, that's this is like for sure Freehold stuff. If you look up Irontide, there's actually the picture that they use is I think the asset in this picture. Like this flag is, I think, this. I think it's literally the same asset. And then it's set against whatever the rest of this is. Now I'll cook about the Night Squall. Ah, yes. So in doing some research about this pirate stuff, you know, okay, so we saw a reference in the background to Irontide Raiders. And so we look up Irontide Raiders. And this is where this starts to deviate from Zul'jin, is that there's a Dragonflight entry about the Irontide Raiders, and it's that they are welcome to sail under the flag of Night Squall's crew. And Night Squall is a guy, we did some research here, he's a night elf who became a very prominent pirate, began assembling a grand pirate army, had plans on sailing west across the sea to Azeroth and loot some shit and blah, blah, blah. And now he's trying to unite all the pirate forces, apparently. So yeah, admittedly, that part doesn't support the Zul'jin theory at all. But it didn't stop me from espousing my Zul'jin theories anyway. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Precisely. Actually, I wonder if I could maybe make the case that, like, this color scheme sort of resembles Shadowlands. What if I type in Shadowlands? Not really. Have I played much Holy Pally lately? Just enough to get him Mythic Track gear in virtually every slot, but not enough to actually earn any Flight Stones or Aspect Crests towards leveling it up. If I spent like 2 or 3 days slamming dungeons nonstop on my Holy Paladin, he could probably have like 487 gear. If I earned the crests and Flight Stones to level up his gear. As it stands, he's actually in like 475 gear or something, because I was only doing 1 weekly dungeon on him for like 2 or 3 months and never anything more than that. Do I think 3.7 is enough for the title? Honestly, I have no idea. I haven't ever really kept track of like how inflation works throughout a season. Presume Holy Pally will be meta next season like season 2 was? A lot has changed from that point. Paladin has gotten considerably weaker from where it was. They nerfed a lot of the things about Paladin that made it desirable in season 2. They nerfed its survivability, which was a big part of what made it meta. It was very tanky. They reduced quite a bit of that. They reduced its ability to make other people tanky with its absorbs and DR. They just straight up nerfed a lot of its throughput and damage. Paladin doesn't do an especially high amount of HPS or DPS anymore. Now, all that being said, if the meta covers all the other hybrid classes like it did in season 2, where you've got like Guardian Druid and Shadow Priest and like your mage buff, and Paladin just fits there, then who knows? But there's also been, it's not only just a what has happened to Holy Paladin since season 2, it's that other healers have gotten better. Like Paladin has gotten worse since season 2, but then the 2 specs that it's probably, or 3 specs that it's probably contending with the most, have all gotten dramatically better since season 2. You had Disc Priest get its rework and new set bonus in season 3, where all of a sudden now it's doing very good HPS and DPS with its Mindbender playstyle. You had Resto Druid get a significant damage buff from where it was in season 2. It's doing way more damage than it was that season. And its season 3 set bonus is very good for Mythic Plus. And then Mistweaver got several survivability buffs, gained quite a bit of healing from its season 3 set bonus, and some of the changes that have kind of accumulated for it throughout the expansion with like Shaylun buffs. And Mistweaver's at the point now where it's also a very, very strong healer. So the context of season 2 has changed significantly since then. Paladin is not what it was, and other healers are not what they were at that point. Paladin has come down, other healers have come up. And I would be surprised if we went into next season with no substantial changes. If they don't do some like massive buff of Paladin or some massive nerf to other healers, I don't expect to see Holy Paladin. I mean, you see a few Holy Paladins out there right now doing high keys. It's not impossible, but they're definitely not meta. And barring some very specific other specs coming to the forefront in the meta, I would have difficulty thinking Paladin's going to end up there. Peroshki, or that was the last person this subbed. I'm just like reading random things off my fucking event tracker. Bartlett, thank you for the resub, babe. 14 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Why is the new WoW patch logo in blue? That's a good question. I don't know. Zul'jin also blue. Is Zul'jin blue? Is that true? That boy green as fuck. Do you think the ghost lands are blue? Is there an Amani banner? Let's check. The Amani tribe's banner. Well, it's got an eagle-looking dude. I would not say that that looks anything like this, but what's the chance that has to do with new expansion? I mean, I feel like they... well, I'm trying to remember. Did we have patches that set up lore for the next expansion in, like, Shadowlands? I feel like no, but maybe there was. Feels like it would make sense with something completely new lore-wise. Yeah, I don't know. It's a limited time event. Yeah, but you could have a limited time event with a canon story thing. Like, you could have a lasting story effect with a limited time event. That's basically what every pre-patch is. Do something in the pre-patch to set up the next expansion, have some limited event where you have mini bosses spawning all over the world, blah, 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 and then as soon as the expansion launches, just... Digging the chill stream? Yeah, it's definitely been a yeah, we'll call it a chill. It's definitely been a chill stream today. Oh yeah, also this will be a good opportunity. So we're doing a giveaway at the moment right now with AMD, who is doing an event for March Madness, which tends to be associated with college basketball, but hey, well, you know, you could technically have March Madness anytime you want. So anyway, there's a game. It's AMD game. Where is it? Game every. Hold up. AMD game every day. Yeah, AMDgameeveryday.com. Okay, so there is a current promotion for the month of March for AMD products here. If you are looking to spend a little bit, there are promotions on several different GPUs, motherboards, pre-built, all kinds of stuff. There's several partners involved with this. You've got all the board partners, PowerColor, XFX, Sapphire, a bunch of different retailers, Best Buy, Newegg, Amazon, different case makers, NZXT. So if you've been looking to spend some money, I know there's been a little bit of a drought here, a bunch of money spent over the holidays, and then people are like, what's another good time to spend money? I want an opportunity to spend money. Never good deals in March. If you're looking to do some computer upgrades here, you can pick up some good stuff on the cheap. And again, until the end of March, so no rush. You got a few weeks here, but definitely something to check around, see what they have on sale. There's a bunch of different things you can buy here. So if you are looking for gift ideas or just some cheeky upgrades for the computer, check it out. AMD game. I'll put this in the stream to make this easy on you. AMDgameeveryday.com. Also, there's a guy dunking a basketball. All right. Actually, I'm supposed to be doing a social media integration with for part of this campaign. I have to figure out a way to do social media post about a motherboard and tie it into March Madness. This is one of the most challenging social media campaigns. I have to figure out a way to tie a motherboard into March Madness. So you guys are going to see some cooking. Yale made the NCAA. That's a good start. I don't know if that is a good start. I actually don't know what the fuck that has to do with motherboards at all. Just say the motherboard is a slam dunk. Dude, I get to keep this motherboard that I'm doing the post about. It's got a PCIe Gen 5 lane in it. And I Googled what can I do with a PCIe Gen 5 lane? Because I'm aware that it's relatively emergent technology, fairly new, PCIe Gen 5. And the consensus from the internet seemed to be pretty much fucking nothing for probably the next 8 years or something. Basically, the only thing that uses a PCIe Gen 5 lane at the moment is like really fast NVMe drives that you're probably not using as a consumer. And not much else. And I was like, cool. They were like, there's really only barely a need for PCIe Gen 4 at this point. And by the time PCIe Gen 5 is even like sort of standard thing, let alone an optimized thing, we might be 10 years on from now. Your NVMe drive is Gen 5, and they're almost the same price now. I would like to have a good use for a Gen 5. I mean, I'm going to have it. So if there's something I can do with it, it'd be cool. Oh, I got logged out. F. If you enjoy random AAA games, they should be getting direct storage soon. I don't know that I do enjoy random AAA games, but what is direct store? What are the benefits of direct storage? GPU accesses the hard drive directly instead of going via your CPU RAM. Okay. In terms of like real world performance, what is that? Is that going to be like a big deal or? This cooking we did with 1026 feels like Elden Ring lore. Actually, Elden Ring was the game I was thinking about playing when I get my OLED. I've been trying to decide which game I should use for my maiden voyage on my new OLED monitor, and maybe Cyberpunk, but maybe Elden Ring. Haven't played Elden Ring yet? Nope. WoW for sure. Yeah, definitely WoW. Elden Ring is way better than Cyberpunk. Well, I don't necessarily want to play a game that's the best game. Although I don't want to play just some dog shit game, but I do want to play a game where I can really appreciate the OLED. I have to psychologically feel the benefit of my $1,000 purchase quickly. I need to be able to set this monitor up, fire up a game, and be like, holy shit, thank God I didn't waste my money. How long have I played this tune? This one, 217 days. I'll feel it in WoW itself. I'm actually pretty sure I won't. I'm pretty sure that WoW will look very similar to what it looks like now for me, because I'm running a 4K. It's the Sony M9, and it's a good monitor in its own right. It's a mini LED. It's a good monitor in its own right. In a game like WoW, where there's few shadows, I wouldn't be surprised if I actually don't notice much difference at all on the OLED. I would be pleasantly surprised if I do, but I am also prepared to not notice much difference. Is this one a full array? Yeah, this is a full array. It doesn't have a lot of zones, which is really the annoying part about it, is you get some pretty gnarly blooming. I use black desktops, and if you just move your mouse cursor around on it, you could just see this bubble following the cursor around. But it's fine for a game like WoW, where you're never going to be able to pick that kind of stuff out. But yeah, so I want to pick out a game that I think will look good, especially in the context of OLED. I think Cyberpunk could definitely do that. I think Elden Ring could definitely do that. I would maybe prefer Elden Ring as a game over Cyberpunk. Also, maybe play it on stream. The problem is I'm getting this monitor delivered hopefully on Tuesday. And then we go right into a 10.2.6, and it's a push week next week. So I suspect that I will be playing WoW a shitload right after I get this monitor. I don't know that I'll have a whole lot of time to do other games, but the week after that, maybe we'll play something else. Do I have a Switch? Yeah, we have more Switches than I would like around this house. Which monitor did I get? The MSI 321URX. How do you avoid burn-in on the monitor? I'm pretty sure that the new generation of QD OLED panels, like the ones that are coming out this year, are designed heavily around avoiding burn-in. There's a very common complaint on these panels right now that they don't get nearly as bright as they should based on what they're capable of doing. Like their peak brightness on paper doesn't translate at all to what the brightness you actually get on the monitor is when you're viewing anything outside of very small windows. And I think the suspicion is that it's the monitor manufacturers trying to aggressively avoid burn-in risk by limiting how bright you can make your monitor. Like the MSI panel has, or the MSI monitor has several monitor features on this model that are like, what do they call it? Burn-in care or something? Like pixel refresh, pixel shifting. It can detect if there's a static element on your screen and try to dim those pixels. So yeah, I think at this point, I would say there's, people ask what the difference is between like an OLED TV and an OLED monitor. And I would say I think what is becoming biggest differentiators between those two things is I suspect the monitor makers are trying to be very good about making sure you don't get burned in, because they don't want you returning the monitor or sending it in for warranty. Like, that costs them a lot of money if they're getting panels back every fucking year, like, burned in again, burned in again. And now that they're all more or less forced to do 3-year warranties, because that's become the standard, that's the norm now among these monitor manufacturers, that you're going to get 3-year burn-in warranty. So if you're going to guarantee it for 3 years, then you're going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to make real sure your shit doesn't burn in. Be concerned with bars and weak cores. Yeah, it's definitely a risk. I have heard anecdotally a lot of people say they played WoW on an OLED for, thousands of hours without taking any precautions, and they've experienced no burn-in. I do think a lot of it is what display you're using. And whether I think a lot of the OLED TVs don't have nearly the same kind of precautions built in to prevent burn-in, because they are not intended to be used with static elements. Like, I think the expectation with a TV is you'll be viewing content where the screen is constantly moving in most circumstances. And so they probably don't feel the need to address burn-in like that quite as much, where with a monitor, there's an expectation that you would frequently have elements on your screen that stay there all the time. So I think it's a much greater focus on the OLED monitors to make sure that they can mitigate that burn-in risk. How do you know the spell ID of, for instance, Avenging Wrath? I think, is it LVY that does it for me? I just have it in my tooltip. I think it's LVY that does that for me, but you can see on my tooltip, the ID is at the bottom of it. Did I say I got the 321 URX? Yeah. Or, to be more accurate, Shauna got me the 321 URX. I was using an app that notified me of when it came in stock, and she was sitting next to me. This is where I said Shauna and I's consumerism tendencies balance each other out well. I got an alert that the monitor was in stock at Walmart, and I went, oh shit, this says the thing's in stock. And Shauna is like, what's the name of it? Whips out her phone, has the Walmart app already installed on her phone. I did not. Has an account on Walmart. I definitely don't have one. Has her payment information already stored with the website. I definitely don't store fucking payment information on most of these sites. And so Sean was like, what was the name of it? And I was like, oh, it's a 321 URX. And she punches it in, and she like holds up her phone. She's like, is it this? And I was like, yeah, that's the one. And she's like, all right. Hits buy. She's like, all right, it's ordered. And I was like, damn, that was really fast, actually. Like, I would have still been fumbling my way through registering a Walmart account. Wish there was a way to get an ultra wide and then somehow split it on the driver level so you can run games and apps as if it was full screen. Yeah, ultra wide in theory I think sounds really nice. In practice, I think I would have trouble appreciating it. Now, she also took a little victory lap after she acquired the monitor, after she successfully ordered it. Another difference between Shauna and I is that she actually has a Reddit account, and I don't. I haven't used a Reddit account in many years. And she jumped on one of the subreddits and then gloated that she managed to order it with a screenshot of the confirmation. Thinking of getting back into WoW. Is the new expansion a good jumping in point? Well, we don't know much about the new expansion. I mean, we know some. They've listed some of the new features. I think it sounds like it'll be potentially a good expansion. The warband concept that they have floated sounds like it could be very alt friendly, and if it lives up to its hype, then it, I think, has I think there's a lot of people hoping that it will be the Blizzard's done a lot of things to try to address alt unfriendliness throughout the last few expansions, some more successful than others. This one, if it works like it seems to work, could be, I think, the best step yet towards making alts feel very much a cohesive part of your gameplay and not like a chore that you have to take care of. If we got basically a repeat of Dragonflight, solid, nothing groundbreakingly different, would that be a success? Well, Dragonflight wasn't nothing groundbreaking. It brought back talents, which I would say is groundbreakingly different than what we had. It's just easy to forget that because talents aren't new. In fact, it's the sort of reinvention of an old thing. But there was definitely a lot of work that went into reimagining talents. So I wouldn't say that Dragonflight had no groundbreakingly different stuff in it, but it wasn't something that we had like never seen before. But I will say, if Blizzard doesn't have anything beyond what we've sort of already seen, unless the warband system is like way more in depth than I'm expecting, or delves are like way more in depth than I'm expecting, there's a chance the next expansion could be a little underwhelming in terms of features. But at the same time, I also don't feel like them introducing a whole bunch of shit every expansion that's clearly only going to be there for one expansion has been a winning formula either. You know, the idea of like Torghast, for the amount of time they clearly put into Torghast, even though they'll swear up and down that they didn't put that much time into it, it didn't pull resources away from other parts of the game, yeah, whatever. Torghast clearly was designed to be a one and done like content piece. Not a fan of that. To put that much work into something that you're just going to ditch at the end of the expansion, nah, I'm good, thanks. So if there were fewer new things every expansion, but a higher tendency for the things that get introduced to stick around permanently in some capacity, I think that would be a win. I do hope they go away from the crafting system as it exists now, or at the very, or the public order system needs to become much friendlier than it is now. I think this crafting system could be salvaged with some opening up of the way that the public order works. now that we've gotten later into the expansion to where you can expect more competent crafters in public order, at the beginning of the expansion, public order was just griefing yourself. There were so many people with such under-leveled professions that if you threw your shit in a public order, you were for sure going to get a dog shit version of whatever item you wanted. It was just throwing away money. Now that we're this deep into the expansion, much greater likelihood that professions have been leveled up and that the people that are crafting stuff are competent crafters. And I have actually had pretty good success with public orders. The problem, the one in my opinion remaining problem with crafting is if you scuff the first craft, you're fucked. Because now you're forced to go into trade chat. And that's the part I don't want to, that's the part of it I don't like. I don't want to have to go hunt down. So to the extent that crafting forces you into trade chat, it is an abysmal failure. And I think some people will try to take the opposite stance on that and say, no, actually, it's really healthy for the crafting system to force interaction between players. And that's a large part of the success of crafting is that you force players to make individual connections with each other. Blah, blah, blah. That's not what this system does and never will do. Trade chat is a fucking cesspool where your success is dictated by how fast you can spam your stupid fucking crafting macro. The goal is to flood trade chat with so many fucking messages that the only way to get noticed is to be the guy that spams it more than everyone else. The goal is also to make your macro as big as possible to force everyone else's text off the screen as quickly as possible. And you try to dominate the market by preventing discovery of other crafters. You try to blot out any ability for other crafters to showcase what they can do. So to the extent that we're forced to use trade chat to find crafters, the crafting system is colossally fucked. Now, if they want to make a different way of finding crafters through a different UI element or something besides spamming trade chat, maybe that could work. But to the extent that crafting relies on trade chat, it is turbo cancer. Terrible, terrible, terrible. If I'm allowed to do crafting through the craft order system, if I can stay within that UI, I don't mind it. If I can publicly order stuff, and even if they forced some kind of social interaction with the crafter, but that only happened after I had selected the crafter type of thing. Like I used the crafting order system to like find the thing I'm looking for and pick somebody who's selling it at the right price. And then after I've done all that, we have to like haggle to establish a price or something. I'd be sort of, I think, okay with that. But if a system requires me to go through trade chat to even initiate a craft, super fucking awful. So like I'm saying, now that everyone's leveled up their crafting quite a bit more at the end of the expansion, going through public order was a lot more palatable. It has worked for me a bunch. And if I successfully craft something on the first try in the public order, I feel like it's a pretty good system. The one remaining hurdle is that if you publicly craft something and it's below the ranking that you want it, you are now forced to go get it recrafted, which you cannot do through public orders. You have to use a personal order to do that. And now I'm forced into that shithole trade chat situation that I would almost rather, if I fail something on a public order, I have enough sparks left that I would almost rather disenchant it and just try to do a public order again with a new spark than to go get the old thing recrafted. I hate going through trade chat that much that I would rather just consider it a write-off. Be like, oops, well, I guess we fucked that item up. Disenchant. All right, go again with another spark. Come heal your 27 white crest. Tempting. Let's be real. You don't even want to do your 27 white crest. Can you see my juicy talents? Well, these ones are kind of weird because I'm playing Invigorate. Normally this would be over here. Invigorate is strictly in a tall play. Do I stick with Convoke on higher Tyrannical Whitecrest? Whitecrest is the one dungeon where I still don't really know whether I'd rather play Convoke or Tree. I've kind of settled into a plan for all the other dungeons, but Whitecrest, I feel like I go back and forth on whether I'd rather have Tree or Convoke. They each have their weaknesses in there. You see a lot playing with talents that are under Swarm? Yeah, I play with that if I'm running Tree Form. If I'm running Convoke, I don't like playing Reforestation. Damn, dude. Lorgox posted a new fucking picture of himself? Woo! Look at this shit. I guess he's doing bodybuilding contest prep. And he's going to earn IFBB Pro status on his first attempt. I don't know what that means, but I think he'll do it. Yeah, that's I mean, I've seen some pictures of shirtless Lorgox before. Even with that context, this is insanely jacked. Also, I'm not trying to make him self-conscious, but he has a big belly button. Do you think that comes into play in bodybuilder rankings? Your belly button? Like, I kind of said it as a joke at first, but there's for sure got to be guys that have a body, like features on their body that they really can't control. That impact a judge's opinion of their physique. And a belly button would be just, I think, such a trait. Instead of AFKing in Valdrakken, I could easily help you out. That's true. I could do that. I could also be out rescuing children from burning buildings, fighting crime. Maybe I could be Batman right now. I could be planting trees. I could be helping to build homes in Africa. You are right. I could be being a lot more useful with my life than running around in Valdrakken. kind of analogy is that? What, you think your 27 Waycrest is more important than helping build homes for people? How could I compare helping you with building homes? I mean, pretty easily. I feel like I did it in like 5 seconds. Vanderloo, thank you for the resub, babe. 32 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot babes. How are my stats with all consumables on? I don't know. I don't want to pop consumables just to see it. But it would be like 30. I don't remember how much first it goes up to. I think it's like 30% verse. And I wear a mastery rune, so I think that turns into like 14% mastery or something. Are we getting a cool new badge for hitting 6 years? We'll find out together. We'll both be surprised. Is that an add-on or a character panel? Or this is part of Wind Tools. All right, well, I think we'll probably call it there. I'm actually very proud of myself for managing to spin a 6-hour stream out of Valdrakken content today. That's, there should be like an achievement for that, I think. Yeah. So, I hope you guys like the Zul'jin conspiracy theory. As I said, if it turns out to not be true, I'll be deleting all references to it from my social media. And I will refuse to acknowledge any mention of it. Should you bring it back up later. But if I'm right, I won't shut the fuck up about it for a few months. And you'll hear about it every day. So anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I will do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.